No PNG tuber today because I'm in my my other voice chat. The one where other people can join. Just shut the music off. Silly. You made pizza today, actually. Nice. Well, hey everybody. How's it going? See, okay, so I started the game up not thinking it would take me to a title screen and not like straight into the game, so that is my bad. So I've seen like the first 2 seconds of the game. Wonder if it'll remember my language choice. You just made pizza today? But yeah, I haven't. So like, I haven't played Gen 4 probably since it came out. Since Platinum came out, I think was the last time I have personally touched Gen 4. Vanilla. Like, I've done a randomizer of Platinum once and I didn't finish it. I did not remember. Would you like to start the game in the chosen language? Yes. There was an update? Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Brav, how you doing? This must be Rowan.
Hello there, it's so very nice to meet you. Welcome to the world of Pokémon. My name is Rowan. However, everyone just calls me the Pokémon Professor. This world is widely inhabited by creatures known as Pokémon.
Thank you, Brav, I appreciate it. What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, Munch.
We humans live alongside Pokémon as friends. At times we play together and at other times we work together. Some people use their Pokémon to battle and develop closer bonds with them. What do? I conduct research so that we may learn more about Pokémon.
Another academic who knows nothing about the real world. Okay.
So now why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? What do I look like?
I probably look more like this, but damn it, Dawn is so cute. Dawn would be so fun to play as, but I don't know. I'm not blonde, but I like the look of blonde Dawn. It's between these two, I think. Why is this hard? Why is it a lineup of people? Is it like a police lineup or something? Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. 'Cause I want it that way. I'll be Twy. Yeah, that's me. My name is Twy. Your name is Twy? Yeah. Okay, so you're Twy. A fine name, that is. Oh, it's you.
Now this boy here, I believe he's your friend. What might his name be? Oh lord.
Clint.
Oh. I'll tell you, alright.
You get 12 characters? Oh my god.
Ass face.
That's your friend's name? Well, yeah.
Alright, Twy.
The time has come. Yes, it is 2004. Shut up. What's up, Lumi? How you doing?
Your very own tale of grand adventure is about to unfold. On your journey, you will meet countless Pokémon and people. I'm sure that along the way you will discover many things, perhaps even something about yourself. Now go on and leap.
Leap? Why leap when you can sleep? Am I right, gamers?
Despite the exploration team's best efforts, the rare oddly colored Pokemon eluded detection. The rumored red Gyarados failed to appear even fleetingly to the crestfallen team.
That concludes our special report. Search for the red Gyarados. Brought to you by Jubilife TV on Nationwide Net. See you next week. Same time, same channel. Look at me go. Look at me walk. I've been working on the railroad all the live long day. You want to punt them across a football? Good. You check. I don't want the basics. No, no, no. No, no. It's the latest game? No, that's not an OLED, honey. The X button opens the menu. Okay. Bag. I have a task that says head downstairs. I got nothing, 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 nothing. Wow, I'm broke. What are the options, actually? Let me go through that real quick. Fast. Any of these look good? Oh, I like that, actually. Oh, I love this. It's like mint green kind of thing, yeah. There's autosave? Show nicknames. Wow, a Nintendo game with actual audio settings. What the hell is this? That can't be. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Shit. I thought I would have a minute. Just a minute. Twy, Adspace came calling for you a little while ago. I don't know what it was about, but he said it was an emergency. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Yeah, this is made by Ilka, I know that. Here we are, it's the Contest Digest. The star of the show in today's normal rank toughness contest is Dominic the Donkey, who overwhelmed with his eerily vocal Pokemon. That's all the time we have today. Let's meet again. Yeah, peak performance, bro. Mom's favorite. Well, what is her favorite dessert? I need to know. You can see my face on the floor. And don't spill any of that or it's La Chancla. Come on now. Oh yes, Twy, don't go into the tall grass. Wild Pokemon might attack you. It would be okay if you had your own Pokemon, but you're an idiot, so... It almost doesn't feel like I'm walking on a grid. That's unreal.
Technology just blows me away. I mean, how you can play with people around the world wireless.
No, I'm not gonna do that for every person. Twin Leaf Town, fresh and free. Alright, come on, ass face, where are you at?
Whoa, what was that all about? Oh, hey, Twy. I'm going to the lake. You should come too, and be quick about it. Okay, Twy? I'm fighting you $1 million if you're late. Oh, jeez, forgot something.
Oh, Barry. Why don't I like this rival? I don't hate Barry. I really don't have much of an issue with Barry. Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna take my bag number 2.
Oh, hey, Twy, you're gonna like... What I might do is read the important shit. I don't hate Barry, I'm just immature. And also, I mean, like, Barry is... There's nothing explicitly wrong with Barry, it's just that, like, I personally do not resonate with Barry in any reasonable way. Let's go. Hey David, how you doing? I don't know if I said hi.
Hey, you saw that news report that was on TV, right? You know, search for the red deer just appears to like, got me thinking about it. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find like that. We're gonna catch some out. Okay, yeah. Trudge, 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 trudge. Let's find us a red Gyarados. What's going on? Professor, there's nothing out of the ordinary on the other side either.
I may have been mistaken. Something appears to be different than it was before, but fine, it's been a reasons for leaving.
So you've been gone for 40 years now. How are you enjoying being back in Sinnoh?
Well, it's the Grim Reaper of the Sinnoh region. No, I'm just kidding.
There's one thing I can say. There are many kinds of
Rare Pokemon in Sinnoh that were just regarded as studies.
Excuse me.
Let us pass, please.
Sorry, folks.
Those two.
Those two. Huh? Twilight, let's go check it out.
Said, don't go into telegraph.
No problem, no problem. We'll be there long ago.
Okay. Famous last words, dude.
It's a briefcase? These people forgot it. What are we supposed to do with it? We can try to return, but who were they? I heard them say Professor.
Starlies.
Pokemon? What's going on?
No. 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 Yes. No.
This game is so pretty. Oh my god. It looks so cute. Yeah, pound.
Yeah.
Oh, you gonna pay for that. What? What was the heck? That's it? That's all the experience I get for that? Come on.
Your Piplup totally rocked, but my Turtwig was way tougher than yours. There were other people Pokemon. We had to use them. People won't mind, will they?
Send me that, please. For level 2 stuff. Yeah, I get it. Just the first... whatever. Otherwise I would have gone through the roof if I didn't do. Huh? What? Did you use these Pokemon? Oh man, how am I gonna explain this to Professor? Professor Free, okay. Maybe you shouldn't hire 10-year-olds as interns, Professor. I really like...
Hey, it's those people. Is that all staring at us?
daggers.
Heard from Lucas that you used our Pokemon. Let me see them, please. Pick up the Turtwig. I see, that's how it is. Lucas, I'm going back to my lab.
Yeah, of course. You should visit us at our lab. Yeah, we'll be seeing you. Like, I don't want to gloss over the dialogue, and I just don't like sitting there in silence. So what I'll probably do is read, like, the important shit. What was all that craziness about? I mean, if he was angry, he could just yell at us or whatever. Did he want his Pokemon back? We should go home, too. Piplup is my favorite. Piplup is like an S tier starter. What's up, dear? Wow, I can't believe that happened to you. Am I ever glad that it was you and Aspen? Professor you mentioned is most likely Professor Rowan of Sand Gem Town. I've heard that he is well known for his study. Oh, okay. Yes, I'll visit him in Sand Gem Town. Sand Gem Town. Oh, thank God, the running shoes. They wait like 10 years to give them to you in Gen 5. Those shoes came with instructions. Okay, so it's D-pad to walk, control stick to run. Hello. Oh, it's God. I can take you. Probably think you're hot shit with a move like that. Now, I'll show you. Thesis is also at the first 2 games. Incredible. Please send that to me. Oh, you did send it to me. I can see. He's in the sky. He's on that. he's throwing ninjas at me. He's throwing ninjas at me is one of my favorite polterisms. Find a shiny Bidoof. I'll do my best to find a shiny, but I'm not going to chain. I don't believe in... I'm not much of a shiny hunter. It's against my religious views. I haven't planned out a team or anything, so honestly... I haven't, like, planned out a team or anything, so you know. Radar chaining has... Oh, really? They made it better. Okay, maybe in that case. Hey, thank you. I obtained pot ions. Hello, youngster. Hi. Couldn't have been waiting that long. I only live like 2 feet away. Oh.
Oh, it's you, Twy. That old guy, he's not so scary as much as he was totally out there. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm out of here. See you later.
No, I figured that, but like, it's neat. I might get like chaining a try. I don't know.
Finally, you've come to see that Pokemon again. Oh, it's rather happy, yes.
Yes, I would like to give it a nickname. So I'll probably name this little guy myself, but like, I'm not sure, but the rest I'll need help with. But I didn't really think of what to name this guy. Van Z Club. Also, is this the first Pokemon game to allow you more than 10 characters? Club? No, I couldn't do that. That is the second Barack I've seen. You... Pip. Barack Club. Piplup. Today I stand before... Pokemon professors, today I stand before you to deliver a State of the Region address. Chunkmeister? And I feel like... Chimkin. I kind of like Chimkin. Chimkin is cute. What are some penguin-related words? Macaroni. Surfs up. Yeah, that's true. I could name him Tuxedo Mask. Wombo combo. Sholmes? Oh my god. Sussy. Ugh. Oh. Why is this so hard, guys? Why is naming a Pokemon like the absolute hardest thing in the world? Hold on, I'm thinking of something. I wish Machine Plot Kelly would fit. Mac and cheese. This is so hard. Pingu. Okay, I do like Pingu, actually. Pingu's a classic. Leaning towards Pingu. I don't know what else to fucking name this thing. Hard Pip. Why do I want to name it RuPaul? Stupid, I'm not going to name it RuPaul. I do like Pingu. I think I'm just gonna go with Pingu. Something simple. I'll give goofy names to the rest of them, but Pingu's fine. And you're happy with it? Well, yeah. Your friend. I heard you battled very well, despite it being your first time. And from what I can... Yeah, I'd like to entrust you with the Piplup. Yeah. It's just... I'm kind, okay. Yes, give me the Pokedex, please. Yes. The cooler Pingu. Would that fit in my... $60 years old. 60 years young, honestly. He looks good. Skin looks great. It would have fit exactly, yeah. Hello. Please show me how to catch a Pokemon. Gil? I don't know. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I don't think I would classify Rowan that much of a gilf. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Maybe like mid-tier at least. At most. Yeah, he does need the winter outfit. Yeah, I'll go tell my mom. Pokemon, Pokeballs, please? Balls? There we go. God, it sounds just like the original, only better. Okay, this is cool. I'm liking this. So what's the deal with HMs? Do I need an HM slave? Oh, Poketch? Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, so... Sorry, Bidoof. What's up? Oh. Yeah, we're... Yes. The guidebook. What's the guidebook? Oh, that's the diary thing. You can... Oh, you can see yours use... Oh, okay, cool. So basically what you're telling me is that I will want to... I'll see my Pokemon surfing. Oh! I'm so sorry, Ass Face's mom. Why did I do that? Excuse me, Ass Face Hero. He bolted. Yeah, I'll give them that. The parcel.
Oh, crud, they bolted. Where'd they go? Johnson, did you see?
Huh? How many Johnsons do we got on the ship anyway? Yeah, I look good. Hello. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Hello, Starly. I'm gonna try and use things that I've never used before, which might make this a little bit of an interesting playthrough. Or at least things I haven't used in a while. I've used Starly plenty. I won't restrict myself if it makes things too ridiculous. Like too difficult to find things or whatever. But like, for the most part, I haven't really thought about what I want on my team or anything like that. Yeah. Oh, let me read a little bit. Oh, I got water gun. Thank God. Let me see. Let's look at our friend here. Check summary. Relaxed nature. Sour food. Oh, I like the little graph here. Okay, so up defense, down speed. Well, that's fine. Piplup isn't exactly... Empoleon isn't exactly frail, so I don't see that being... Or, like... I don't see low speed being a problem. Hydrate? Okay, I can hydrate for you. Let's go see what we got going on. Hi. Thanks. I knew that. Because I'm a good trainer. Who's in here? Lucas's house. Okay. Hello, Lucas's sister. Hello, Lucas's grandpa. Man, the floor is shiny. This game is so cute. It looks good. Hello. Yeah, save. Can't really do much here, but I like the... Let's see what's going on here. An antidote! Oh, thank God. I needed an antidote. Now we can actually kind of get started, I think. The tutorials are almost over, you guys. Oh, it's so shiny! This is the last Pokemon game I've played since Moon. Isn't Rowan supposed to give you a TM? Is that now, or do they change that? So like right off the bat, restricting myself to trying to use new things is already going to cost me like Zubats and Badoo. And Staraptor. Hey Courtney, how you doing? Good to see you. Look at that fire ass. You can get some cool stuff in the underground now. The underground. You can go to the underground right now? How do I do that? I thought you needed to go to Rourke. And then he would show you how to underground. Or not Rourke. The dude in Turna. It's still the dude in Turna City, right? Why am I spinning the joystick like I'm the one... that doesn't even make a difference, and yet I still do it. Does anyone else do that? Like spin the joystick and mash buttons? Thanks, I already have 20 of them, so... Oh, hello. Closer to Frolg and to Hugus and Oros, yeah. I've always held B, will always hold B. Yes, exactly. Thank you, I appreciate you stopping and say hello. Quick attack, get out of here. You know what I have never used in my life? Bronzer. Literally never used it. That might be something I could use. I hate fighting them, but it could be good to have. Yes, level me up. Oh, Jesus. Damn, Probopass and Bronzong. Hello. Hello, Lass, whatever your name is. The music box. Lass Natalie. They are. I love the outfit. I'd wear that. What do you got? What do you got? Bidoof again, okay. I like the drums going on here. Oh, okay, that was adorable. The animations are fantastic, yes. No, this way, this way. Yeah. God, so many trainers. I just want... Alright, you do that, kid. Youngster Logan. What do you have? Oh, Shanks. I have never used Shanks. What the hell? How did I never use Shanks before? That's something to consider as well. Maybe I did use Shanks. I probably used Shanks. I just can't remember. Oh, Jesus. It's alright, I got 10 potions. What? That's so many potions that they gave. It's almost like I pre-ordered the game or something. I did get the 12 quick balls code. I just don't know where to redeem it. Yeah, but it took me straight into the game, so I guess when I start the game up again, it'll take me to an actual title screen. You're like, wow. Do I have to unlock Mystery Gift like in the old days? Hi, Shanks. Hello. You're gonna wait until... Okay, good for you, buddy. This is the awkward thing about streaming this game, is that I'm really only going to be playing at night a lot of the time, so this will be interesting. Good, I got a freebie. Like in Super Mario RPG. Look at this. Hello. How many have I caught? Oh, yeah. None. Alright, I guess I gotta go to the trainer school and then find some clowns. I don't know exactly what order I have to do all that in. Hi. Yeah, that's soon, okay. Got it. You have a fair amount of stuff you have to... Yeah, I'll probably stick with an organic run, but I appreciate that. Yes, I did see that. The parcel. Cool, I got a map. The goat, yeah. The Gatote. Greatest trainer of all time is Gatote. Get off the computer. Yeah. That being said, if I run into a Pokemon that evolves through trade, I might take you up on that at least. Why do you have that? Oh no. Oh. Bad damage roll, that's alright. 64 bucks. I'm overwhelmed by my defeat. Do I have to go? Oh, I didn't go to the... Oh. Yeah. Can't believe it had Charge Beam. What a a nightmare. Yeah, that was the charge beam Avra. Why did it have charge beam? Seems mean, although I do appreciate the little like, haha, you're bad. Like, you lost to that. Oh, no, yeah, that's rough. I've never used this, but I have no intention of doing that. As much as I love I'm not going to use it. I know, I'd like to see it buff, but like, I don't know. Is Bug your favorite type, Volter? I feel like it is. Pikachu. Yeah. Bug or Ghost? Yeah, Ghost is one of my faves. Let me get revenge on this damn Abra. Oh, that's not the way. You feel like a ground guy, I don't know. I do not know your favorite type. Or is it steel? It might be steel. Alright, Harrison, come on. Fairy Ghost is an incredible type. Fire. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Oh, praise the Lord. I didn't even level up for that. What a... Come on. Oh, snap, you know. David, I don't know. I'm definitely getting more like a... Aegers, I don't know, you feel like bug type or something? I'm really bad at guessing people's favorite types because I don't really associate them with personalities. David, you could also be like ground or rock, I don't know. I gotta keep on one. Psychic? Dragon, okay. Well, I was kind of close. Dragons breathe fire, right? Hello, clown. Hey, clown. Jester, you have done it again. Constantly raising the bar for the circus and doing it foolishly. Water. Alright, where's the dude? Where is he? I don't remember. Oh, is he at the exit? Can you just leave without getting your Poketch? Like, is that a thing? But I guess you shouldn't do that. No, you can't. Okay, he's right here. Poketch. I hate that it has the accent, but it's still called Poketch. Press the R button to open your Poketch. Whereas I thought when I was a kid, the Poketech. Oh, they've gone with the diamond design, or the diamond chrome. Hey, Barry. Or sorry, Aspie. We haven't battled, so I don't know why they've gotten tougher. Who are you calling kid? I better be careful. That Turtwig's gonna have fucking Razor Leaf or some shit. There we go. Now I feel a little better. Let's get him. Oh, this is gonna take some time. How would this do? I doubt well, but it might do better than tackle now these withdrawn twice. This is gonna take a while, y'all. Sorry. Where's your nose? Because I don't have one either. But... I don't know how far I'm gonna get tonight. Probably I'm gonna go for a while. The beginning of Pokemon games is always so slow though, and then they just kind of ramp up. So, come on, no, not that. Cursor memory. First gym. That's a little early. Yeah, no, you're right. Why does he jump into a clamshell? He doesn't need to. He's got something going on. Isn't the first gym, like, coming up? Eterna City I could see taking a while, because you gotta go through Floroma Town and Eterna Forest. He has different lose animations? 2200, exactly that. Oh. I didn't know what apps I had. God, it really doesn't feel like you're walking on a grid when you use the control stick. Oh, I want to use you so badly. Oh, really? You're not on a grid? I thought you were. I thought it was faithful. I want so badly to use Zubat, but I use Zubat all the time. Yeah, I knew about Oras. I didn't know about... Gotcha. Come on, Doofenshmirtz. I really should take a look and see what's out there. Yeah, Pingu! Crobat is so much... Ever since Crobat got Acrobatics, it's been such a fantastic member of the team. Even before that, but like, Acrobatics is really fun to use. Let me fight you. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Come on, come on, come on. I'm busy. I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, fight me. Dallas. That's it. Yeah. Doesn't it get Leech Life? And didn't they buff Leech Life like a lot? Yeah, that probably makes sense. Why did it zoom in and then have to fade to black to zoom back out? Alright, Caitlyn. Sorry you hanging out with Caitlyn the other day. Rebecca, it's not what you think. I won't hesitate, bitch. It was a vine, Bretta. God, I want to use you too, but I've used you several times before. Rose Raid is absolutely awesome. I want to check honey trees too. I don't know what they offer, but like... Oh boy, cannot wait. Why do you have 3? Goodbye. Charm? Why does it have charm and growl? Alright, youngster Sebastian. Oh, like in Stardew Valley? Machop. Maybe if I could put in. Oh. Oh lord. Exceptional. Abra would be fun to use. But no, I think I know a better psychic type to use than Abra. Oh god, I can't wait to see Gardenius. Ah. Madeline by Ludwig Beethoven. God, I can't wait to see my friends at Team Bullhive. Come on, hurry up and die. I'm running out of water gun. I thought that only applied to trades. La la la. A repel. Nice. Nice soup. I thought that was Repel when I was younger. I was like, Repel? Because the first time I saw the word was actually in Thousand Year Door, I was like, Repel Cape? Hello. TM98s. Oh, are TMs disposable again? They must be, yeah. Yes. That was cool. I wish they would do that again. TMs and TRs. Sometimes I forget electric does not resist water. For some reason, I always forget that. Camper Curtis. Insufficiently raised. No, I wouldn't say that. Well, you didn't raise them badly, but I guess insufficiently would be the right word. Huh? Just why don't before you celebrate getting to the cave, why don't you get out of the cave, Diana? I do think about it. They've done it before. Rude. Paralysis. Man, if they remake Gen 4, they may as well remake Pokemon Battle Revolution as well. Poison I can see, but flying you would have to help. I guess because birds eat fish, I guess is the thing. I guess that's true, yeah. What would be... I had it... When I was younger, I thought of what if they had, like, specific type combinations had weaknesses that neither of the other types, neither of their two individual types had. Like, bug flying would be weak to water because it would weigh the wings down. There'd be a lot to keep track of. Damn sturdy. I always forget about sturdy buff. Really? That's new. I don't remember that being a thing. Well, yeah, now if they rebalance the type to do what you said, now they'd have to, like, completely either get rid of or, like, redo that ability, so I think they wrote themselves into a corner on that one. No, it's just a paralysis. The purrs. Hello. Don't call me a noob. Who you calling a noob, noob? I need a Pokemon Center. Help. Help. Oh, I thought you said... Oh, no, I thought you said, it did exist. I misread it. Hello, Hello, Barry. Let's go to Orberg Mine. Oh, look, it's the slag heap. I want to see the slag heap. Show me the Geodude. And I really probably should pick up another team member at some point. Man, do you ever think about how at this point in the series, Rock was the first gym type 3 out of 4 times? Right, I was going for the item. True. Like, I'm not afraid. It's a... Because of what this gym is. It's a rock gym. Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red light. Those days are over. You don't have to share your body to the night. They really should come up with a different type triangle. Top macho. Good for you. Yeah, Pokemon Yellow situation will be fun. When am I gonna get Peck? Hopefully at like level 14 or something. Yeah, Faulkner was flying. But I think the only reason they did that was because all the Gen 1 gyms were in the game, so they couldn't have a second rock gym. Which is actually probably why they added Steel and Dark as types. Hello, Rock. Yeah, there wasn't, but like they didn't have it. They didn't have enough types in Gen 2 to have 16 gyms. Although, in fairness, Blue doesn't really have a gym type. Yeah, that is a very good question. I kind of wish they would do something like that again. But I guess I get why they have specialized trainers. That child probably has something for me. Yeah. Like, they kind of did that in this game, where, like, Volkner specialized in electric-type moves, and so did Flint with fire-type, but everybody, like, complained, so... The boss fights in Pokemon Coliseum and XD did that kind of thing. Where they all focused on specific strategy. But that was also a double battle-based game, so they had a little more flexibility. God, I love Pokemon, the Ore games. I love them so much. Why did I do that? I just think they should make another double battle game. I thought that girl had something. Why was she here? Yes. What's funny is that they did a physical special split, like, variation. I did like what they did with Striaton City's gym. Yeah, they had some kind of variation on this physical special split even before, so I don't see, you know. not coronet. That's what's there. But like, so like the physical special split could have easily existed in the GameCube games, and they just didn't put it in. Hello. All they need to make Flareon really good is give it Flare Blitz. That's literally it. I think it can learn Fire Fang, so that's at least a step in the right direction, but if it can't learn Flare Blitz yet, that's a huge problem. What, no fresh water? Oh, they finally gave it Flare Blitz, okay. It didn't have it at first. Jonathan Bear. Dun, dun, na, 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 dun, na, dun. Dun, dun, na, 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 dun. Dun, dun, na, 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 dun. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. Jonathan? His name, the trainer's name was Jonathan, so I thought of Jonathan Bear. God, I should play Timmy. I've seen your entire LP, but like it's been so long that I don't really. I think I could. I think it's fresh enough. It'd be fresh enough. I'm waiting to eventually do the same thing with Omori as well. Onyx, it's so big. Yeah, what are you gonna do with that? Oh, man. Oh, man. Come on, Roar.
Welcome. This is Orberg City's Pokemon Gym. I'm Roark, the gym leader. I'm the one trainer who decided to walk.
Nah. Yeah. Can't wait to see this. Oh, God, it is the 3D model. Free? Did you always have free? Dude. You had Rockhead, loser. Sometimes I forget Onyx is like actually pretty fast. I know it's gonna use a potion, so might as well whittle it down now. Oh, I thought it was gonna restore to full. I didn't realize it had so much HP. My bad. Hey, Balfi, how you doing? Welcome. Meow to you too. Am I gonna evolve Pengu right away? I probably will. Oh, he has a ball capsule on. Look at that. Breaks the mold. Uh-oh. Hey Slayer, how you doing? What's going on? Welcome in. Game's good. Game is fun. I like it. Dude. Wow. Fame. Fame. Fortune. I can't go. What? I've got a date with Candy. Doing good, Slayer. Cannot complain. Come on, let's go again. Let's go again. This is not the gym. What? Can you imagine this angry ass little kid being like, "Where is Rourke?" And it's the Pokemart, not the gym. It looks so stupid with the model. You're right. Well, there is Fire Fang. Shoot, I was supposed to use the other one. My bad. Is this a single run? No. I just haven't gotten anything else. I'll get something eventually. I'm trying not to use things that I've used before, and there haven't really been a lot of options up until now. Finally! I want an Oreo train. Yeah, I do, actually. You just got lucky the last time. Roark. Starters are usually the exception. But I have considered doing something similar to what you did in your LP. And just getting a completely different Pokemon and calling it your starter. I could have finished this guy already, but I wasn't sure what he was going to do. That's right, you LP'd 2 first. Yeah, you should give up, dude. You should really give up, dude. Look at him with his hand on his hip. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 5 bits, Baldy. I appreciate it. This is embarrassing. I went and lost a tree. That's your job, dude. Yeah! Give me that coal badge. You obtained TM-76s. What is that? Stealth Rock. Oh man, and stickers! I like stickers. Yeah, I do. There are Pokemon up here, I think. Do you have a favorite gym leader? Winona's up there just for design. Juan is really good. Jasmine's my favorite, probably. I just think she's cool. And trying to think of some of the other gym leaders. Will do. Thank you so much for stopping by and for the bits, Faulty. I really appreciate it. I will definitely keep that in mind. Stickers. Thank you for however 9 bits. Took me a second. Thank you for the 9 bits, Eggers. I appreciate that. I don't know what else is here, but there must be something. Go on, Pingu. I know you can do it. I do. I have the utmost faith in Pingu. I just realized that I'm done using a Piplup. You know, that wasn't intentional. I do. My Lodic. Also, did I lowered the quality of the stream? I lowered the the resolution of the output. Is the artifacting still a problem? I assume I feel like you would have told me by now, but like I just want to know. The artifacting is gonzo. Yeah, it's 720p 30 now. Blaine is great. A bit framey, but the pick is nice. Okay. Good to know, thank you. Is it dropping a lot of frames? Okay, because I'm looking at my OBS preview and it's doing... I guess there's like rendering and encoding lag. I was thinking about streaming from my new computer, but I just don't have it set up yet. Yeah, it's choppy because of OBS, I think. I don't know what to do. I've tried a bunch of stuff to fix that. Hasn't really worked out. Seems to be better now, though. Okay, Team Volcut. It's getting worse again. What's the deal with that? Honestly, this is a pretty recent issue, and I'm not sure what causes OBS to just like have so much lag within itself. Thanks, Lucas. I think there's still stuff that I need to figure out regarding this. Oh, Liam is a Pearl Boy too. I'm still so new to the Elgato scene, so like, if I need to reset the capture card, you guys will just have to walk me through it and I'll do it. But I think it's because OBS is literally skipping and missing frames. What? Pingu is evolving. Alright, let's do this. Yeah. I usually don't like middle stage evolutions, but Prinplup's fine. Yes. I don't need Pound, I think. Oh, is that all I have to do? Oh. I'll try it. Yeah. We'll see how that does. Hello, who are you? BB. Oh, you're BB. Okay. I got capsules. Cool. I was wondering when I was gonna get these. I do have it set to presumably hardware encoding, which has been fine the entire time. Until now. It's missed about 2.3% of my frames. I have never noticed an issue with, like, missed frames until, like, a couple weeks ago. What did I send out? Oh, Bidoof, okay. Yeah, I was already done with Ga, and I didn't notice a thing. Maybe this computer just can't handle the Elgato's thing, or the encoder that this computer has. Yeah, GA seemed to be fine, and GA was running at 60 frames a second, and I think I was streaming at 60 frames a second with that game. I mean, we'll deal with it for one stream. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It was on Steam, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I played it on Steam. I had the PC version. Man, I missed that game. Ravaged Path. It's over here. I'm glad I get to watch this every single time, just like in the original games. Yeah, no, that would do it, yeah. I wanted my laptop to be in this morning, but they didn't deliver it till 5 p.m. Or no, 5:30, 6 o'clock, so I was like, oh boy. What team was that? I didn't even pay attention. Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb. Get out of Ravaged Path and... Almost to Floroma Town. Oh, hello? Oh my. That's quite a thing, isn't it? I've never used Cherubi before either. That'd be a fun Pokemon to use. So no more Pokemon pretending boobs don't exist. Are those boobs? Look at those 2 pixels there, that's boobs. And she has an ass too. Nice. He is so good. Oh Lord. Yeah, no, me too. I am so glad that it does that, Boulder. Oh, they won't fight me. I'll come back for you. I've never made it this far without one Pokemon. Without 2 Pokemon. I have a question. Does Drifloon still only show up on Fridays? What am I... Tell me, Polter, tell me. You get one Drifloon? Oh my god, why? Well, I want to use it. I've actually never used Drifloon or Rotom before. So I wasn't sure which one to use. Why can't the soil be loamy anymore, game? Well, that does that. That does it. Okay. I guess we'll use Drifblim then. Oh man, they really... some weird-ass changes. Or like reversions that didn't need to exist. Regressions, yes. Oh, cool. Hello. They took your daddy, right? You don't even have the key, I don't know. God, what I really want to hear is the Cyrus battle music, because that's one of my favorite songs in the series. I've never used a Perugly, but I don't feel like using it this time. Chunk. So what time is it? Just any time on Friday the game gives you a Drifloon, or is it a specific time? No, I mean like you have to catch it, but like when does it spawn? It's all day. Okay, so like if the clock strikes midnight, I can catch Drifloon. Let me look it up. Bulbapedia says it's once per week. Oh, sorry, I was looking that up. God, Silcoon and Cascoon look so fucking stupid without the pipe. Without the spikes. Oh, I thought you said you only got one Drifloon. But you get an attempt at it every week, I guess is what you're... Yes, okay, now I understand. Sorry, I smooth-brained. It doesn't really give you the edge, honey. Oh, no. Oh, you know what? I read more on the Bulbapedia page, and it does say only one. Never mind. Give me the honey. Thanks. Can I buy the honey, please? Thank God you can buy these in bulk. That's enough honey, though. Oh, cool. Thank you. Okay. Shh. Okay, etch. Well, I thought it was Poke Tech. I didn't realize how to pronounce it until the bark is slathered. Why would I slather it again? Is there an advantage to doing this? It's already slathered with honey. I don't think I need to slather anymore. In the coming up with names department anymore. This door is locked from the inside. Who would do such a thing? Oh boy, are we gonna fight? Is it Mars? Yep, it's Mars. What do they remind you of, Polter? Really? Take a look in a bit. Get the bitches, get the bitches, get the bitches, get the bitches, get the bitches. Pingu is getting very strong, but he's also my only friend, so I'll get another one eventually. What are your stats looking like right now? Oh, this is the stat menu. Here's about how that would. Interesting, huh? Yeah, 32, 35, 45, 53, 8. Cool. These are missable fights, so I may as well get them now. So is the EXP share on by default with no way to turn it off like it was in Sword and Shield? Okay. Come on. That is a good way to play. Okay, Glameow. It's so weird to me that Glameow's tail is so coiled, and yet, like, that is just, like, irrelevant to everything about the Pokemon. Oh, I guess no, actually, because per Ugly uses it as a corset. I remember now. Yeah. God, the honey tree mechanic is so weird. It just takes so long for it to work, and... Do you, Bolter? I don't know. Did you previously only like it ironically, and now you're questioning whether or not it was truly an ironic love the whole time? You don't have to say oopsie, I talked to you by accident, it's my oopsie. How long do you have to wait for a damn honey tree? And it doesn't make sense. Hours at least. How's the Pokemans? I have one, so that's, you know, cool. Hi, Mars. Oh my god. That's not a look for you, honey. We've been trying to create a new world that's better than this one, but people have shown little understanding about what we do. You don't understand either, do you? It's a little saddening. So let's have a battle to decide what we should do next. If I win, you leave. If you win, we, Team Galactic, leave. God, they look like Funko Pops. Oh, geez, you don't look much better in this 3D model either. Something's off. She gonna send out for ugly? Yeah. You think I have an item, bitch? Oh god, you're right. Oh my god, that's so accurate. Oh my lord. Because, like, oh my god, I swear to god, angling the eyes on a me never, ever looks good. Though the legs, though, are fantastic. Pretty good. There's a citrus. They did. I do love her outfit, too. Brilliant Diamond's unbreakable. Hey, Brilliant Diamond is unbreakable. How you doing, Blue? Good to see you. Yeah, this is good. I like the music personally. Just all throughout. Like, I understand. Pingu-Gru. Yeah, we're doing good. I only have one Pokemon, but that's okay. Stop it, please. Oh, well, you only have one. Goodbye. Papa! Yeah, Papa, you're stinky. Go shower now, stinky. Probably. Busse. How you doing, Rosie? What's going on? Blonde Dawn. I think she looks cute. Weasel. I like Weasel. Weasel's fun. Oh, that's such a cute animation for Caleb. It's so much better than, like, rotating. You getting some cherry coke, some cherry conch. Nice. You know, I may be one of the only people in the world who thinks this way, but I really like vanilla Coke. I'm not familiar, Coulter. There is vanilla cherry Coke. Fair enough. Maybe I'll find something to catch in Eterna Forest. Oh my god, stupid Joy-Con. The fire looks strange. Do you have a team in mind? No, I never go in with a team in mind. I think it's way more fun to improvise. I have things that like when I think about them, there are things that I would like to catch. But otherwise, no, I haven't thought the whole thing out. The only thing is I would like to use new things. Unfortunately, the two things I want are not quite available at this very moment in time, so, on route whatever its name is? 205? I wasn't paying attention. I'll have to think about it in a second. Uno segundo, you know? I need to stop talking to him. Nope, we haven't unlocked it yet. That's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna go to Eterna City. Damn, they made him big. God, I don't know what case that is. It will bother me. They definitely got that yodeling in there. I think so. No, I think that's Gen 5. Four Geodudes, go home, dude. At least they don't all have sturdy. Oh, no, he has a Bidoof. My bad. That feels like it would be a moment between... Max? No, it could be between Max and Maya. Or it could have been between Luke at me and Maya. Or Bikini. It might be Bikini. Bikini would definitely laugh like that. No, wait. Bikini laughs more like wahahaha. Another babe, yeah. I dig the aromatherapy lady design, or the aroma lady design. Stop it, please. Please. Also, man, Polter, since I was late to the party, how was Knaves and Knips? HM Slut. Booble Beam, hell yeah. That's good. At least you're able to enjoy it. They do smell nice. I'm sure you... Nah, never mind. I was just gonna say, I'm sure she smells good too, but I thought that might be weird. See ya, RJ. Yeah, I might be on for a while, I don't know. Show up. Isn't this the way to Fuego Ironworks? Which is like one of the most forgettable areas in the entire series. What do they even have there? Why did we zoom in? Why was that necessary? Oh, I see. That's a slower animation than water gun. Unfortunate. Oh, the flamethrower TM is there? Okay, that's useful. Luminion? Oh, great. Why, I'm so glad I can catch Luminion. Pachirisu is something I've never used before. You know what else I've never used? Electabuzz. Literally never used Electabuzz before. What's the water balloon with plastic fins? Hmm. Oh. Gotcha. I see. Zachary. I've never seen Zachary spelled that way, ever. Nice. But they sucked. Oh no. Oh, the drums are so violent. Yeah. The drums are so violent since I like big can't beat by. Super Mountain Massacre Parts of Uno and Dos. That is a fun song, yeah. One of my favorite songs that they added to ORAS, like trainer themes, is the Pokefan theme song, like da 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 da. Oh god, so violent. I don't remember the end part. I don't remember that song having that progression. Battle Girls. You remember in Pokemon Battle Revolution when the Pokemon would actually run up to each other and punch each other? Well, that happened. Oh, this would be way better. It's a good game. Why are there so many people on this goddamn mountain? Don't you people have lives? What do you mean unique? Like the Pokemon had unique animations for when they did particular attacks? No PNG tuber, Rosie, only because I am, oh, it's a Piplup. Only because I'm in the voice chat where people can join me if they want to. And I didn't remember to change it. I mean, I can cast it for you. if you want. Hello. Hello. Stupid. Hey there, guys. Nintendo Capri Sun here. That's a fair point, but like you never know. Oh, yeah, it's locked. Oh yeah, it's locked. Oh, do you want to join? I can move to another channel. I have people with a role, but I wasn't sure you'd never been on call before, so I didn't know if you'd be interested. Yeah. Where time stands still. Well, better not stand still here. Antidote. Ooh, Misdreavus is so much fun to use. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, there's a roll. That's how that works. I have different levels of balls. Yeah, I know, but like I've used Misdreavus before. I love Mismagus. Mismagus is one of my favorite Pokemon. But I've kind of committed to Drifloon, so. Thanks. Raviv. That's so fun. Why is this really funny? I can't believe String Shot cut your speed in half now. Oh, hell yeah, Rosie. That'd be cool. Have I used Honchkrow? I haven't, but I've heard good things. I've heard Honchkrow is actually fun to use. I've never owned Diamond. I've never used Leafeon either. What the hell? You can't do that to this song. I don't remember that being in the song before. I've never used either of the Gen 4 evolutions, actually, now that I think about it. You get it so late. I love Sylveon. Sylveon's my favorite evolution by far. Why would you use a physical attack on me when Chansey with its base 5 defense is right there? Don't you dare. Oh, you're buying Diamond? Unfortunate. You already bought it? Okay. Well. I love Beautifly. Beautifly is so fun. That's right, that's right. Life Dew? What the hell is that? What? When did that become a move? I need to remember that Stab Bubble Beam is better than Super Effective Peck. It bugs me. Yeah, they are cool. Don't get me wrong, bug types are cool, but like... Mayo's playing New Horizons. She got buffed in Gen 6. They gave her like 10 more base special attack and they gave her good moves. Ooh, you bought a scarf wrap? Sounds really nice. Real talk, I love playing with the detached Joy-Cons. Because I can just put my arms anywhere. Yeah, I do that a lot. Life Do was introduced in Gen 8, okay. It's such a... that seems very powerful. Gotcha. My memory is, apparently lacking of late. Sergeant Doctor. Why did that come through as a host, not a raid? Weird. Thank you so much for the raid, Funk. I really appreciate it. Hey, Dora. Hey, DeadSec. What's going on? How's it, everyone going? Yeah, we're playing Shining Pearl, and I've only caught one Pokemon, but this is not a one Pokemon run. I just haven't found anything that speaks to me yet, you know what I mean? How was Mega Man X, I think it was?
John Cena!
You won? Oh, that's good. Yeah. I'm so fresh you can suck my nuts. Oh, so fresh you can suck my nuts. What's another buff bug you want to use? Honestly, I bought it on a whim because I wasn't actually that super interested with the trailers and whatever. Masquerain? They buffed Masquerain? Oh, thank God. She got 20 attack and speed. Oh my God, bless. I love Masquerain. I don't know what I ranked Masquerain, but I think I got it wrong. It's like, Masquerain's great. Yeah, bye. Did she just heal me after a battle? Yeah. But how is everyone doing tonight? Hope you're having a wonderful night. Well, I did half of all of the Pokemon in existence. I did all of them up until Gen 4. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I wasn't unbelievably psyched for it. I don't have the biggest attachment to Gen 4. But, like, this has been fun. God, I wish I could catch Badoo. And I also wish I could catch you. That is Saturday, actually. Saturday at it's late for me, so at like 10:30 I think we're gonna start, because it's gonna be me and Rosie and Flargra needed the extra time. Let me just buy a number. It bothers me. Nino Kuni and try to capture really hard for a million people. Oh, nice. Though that's always fun. Here comes the swarm. Do 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 do. Donald and Philip. Is Burmy bug or grass bug? I have never been able to remember that. Apparently it's grass bug. Or it might just be pure bug with very, very bad defense. Thank you. That's true. That's very true. Bernie Sanders. That's great. DeadSec, I finished it and I absolutely loved every second of it. Straight up, the second game is my favorite Ace Attorney game. I know, Volter. Trust me, I'm with you. So many Pokemon could have gotten Megas, but they decided to give them to, like, ones that didn't need them. I feel like I can count the number of, Megas that, like, Pokemon that got deserved Megas on one hand. Yeah, that would be cool. I would love that, yeah. First one, Trials and Tribulations and Investigations, do all good choices. I don't think that... I like all the Ace Attorney games. I have words for some of them, but I like them all. Even Ace Attorney Investigations 1, I like it. I do like it. I like what it did, but like, it's my least favorite Ace Attorney game. Like, it has one of the only cases I think I would actually straight up consider bad. A Padayon, cool. Rotate. Can't polish the badges anymore, SMH. SMH my head. Well, you're just gonna have to find out on Saturday, aren't you? Flareon can learn double kick but not blades kick. Incredible. Pingu's getting a little too strong. Man, I can't believe that I have to wait until like midnight before I can potentially catch Drifloon. You wanted the original post so you could get Shinx and Glammy out? Wasn't Shinx in both games? Yeah, 95 is not bad at all. I think the reason Flareon gets like I don't know if I would call it hate, but I also don't know. In my opinion, Flareon got the short end of the stick because it has a type that just does not match what its stats prioritize. You found a jar of honey. Cool. We made it, Cheryl. You're welcome, Cheryl. Thank you. You're welcome. How did I do that? God, FFS, give me something to catch. I will leave all of these fishermen here for when I catch another Pokemon. Yeah, Glameow is not at all in a lot of games. Yeah, I don't... It's weird to me that they just didn't bring her back. What was that, Pecha Berries? Yeah, okay. Oh, really? Glameow was in Oras? Interesting. On Mirage. Oh, Jesus. The Underground Man? Yeah. Oh, it's using it for me. I was like, why is it moving so slow? Hey, Rourke. Catch you later, DeadSec. Oh, that's it? Oh, maybe he has missions. Let's go to the Grande Underground and see what we've got. Play alone, I think. Do alone. Alone, 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 alone. Yeah, I want to. It's bulging. Give me that bulge. Come on. Never been very good at this. What is that? A Roselia statue appeared. Cool. There was a formula? Well, that would have been nice. Something pinged. Who pinged me on my Discord? Where? Oh. Oh, it does? Oh, yeah, that's like the tapping on the screen, yeah. Four, huh? not the best at spelunking. Blue sphere S-ing. Oh, I got a bunch of S. Not really a sphere, but okay. But it's fun. Blue sphere L, cool. Let's go to this weird room here. I see. I like the song a lot. Hello, what is in here? Fountain spring. Hello, look. Look at all these pools. Not pools, but like. Hello. You wanna be my friend? You have Storm Drain, don't you? Nope. Oh yeah, it's like, but it. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Jeez, that's a lot of experience. It's entirely possible. Wow, it's so big and expansive. What's in here? Spacious cave. Okay, we got. Oh, hello, friend. Ah! Yeah, Oyster was here. Rhydon would actually be pretty fun to use. I have never in my life used one. Uh-oh. He didn't like the heal ball. Oh god, life hurts. I kind of like the contrast, honestly. Yes! God, what should I name her? I'm bad at nicknames, you guys. Any suggestions? I like the idea of giving it a really, like, cutesy nickname, like Boulder said. Sweetheart. Oh my god. Rhyhorn. Female Rhyhorn. Sweetheart's cute. I like Sweetheart, actually. Honey Bunny. I do like Sweetheart. I think we know Sweetheart. Not Sweet Heath. What's up, Oyster? How you doing? Oyster wants to say hi. Make my beak beak. Oh, that's not a lot. That's gonna take forever. They finally figured it out. Don't make the beeping play the entire time. Add 10% to your order. That's right, pay more, huh? Oh, not the bag. Silly. I'm confused, aren't I? Oh, that actually did way more. Yeah. Let's give Sweetheart a shot. These are good moves. Oh, it's got Lightning Rod. Cool. Doesn't Lightning Rod become Solid Rock? No, that's Rockhead that becomes Solid Rock later. Pie. Oh my god. I know, I'm sorry, Dora. Oh my god, you can go everywhere. So cool. What's down here? I'm just gonna catch a bunch of shit. If I use it, I use it. If I don't, I don't. Look at you! I have not. Ah! Dicky licky. I thought that would do a little more than that. Come on, lick it to the tongue. Oh my god. Just why not? Of course, I'm holding the B button down.
Yes.
God, I'm gonna have a fucking full-ass team if I'm not careful. You licky my dicky licky. Oh, Rose. What do I name this? It's another girl. Lollipop? I do like Lollipop. Let's see what else we got. Let's listen in and see what the chat has to think. Christina Aguilera? Oh my god. What about... Oh my god, I just the dumbest thing. This is the dumbest thing possible. Gene Simmons is the lead singer of Kiss. He's got that tongue. Quite the musical reference. I think... maybe I'll keep that. We can always change the stuff later, so, we'll just play with it. Now that we're in the place where the name reader exists, I'll keep it. Let's see how she's looking. It's at a lagging tail. Okay. Rollout. Oh, it's got defense curl and rollout. Doesn't it need, what does it need to evolve? Does it need ancient power? Or does it need... Or is it rollout? Could this thing evolve literally right now? That's incredible. And it's got muddy water for some unknown reason. Let me see. I was thinking the same thing, Polter. It's safe? Okay. I've never used a Lickitung before, or like either of these, so I have no idea what to expect. Because the only other game where I've ever like caught a Lickitung is in XD, and they give it to you too late for it to be viable. Yeah, okay. Interesting moves. I'll probably change Gina Simmons, but I think it's a fun name for now. No, I didn't find anything that really spoke to me to use. So, I'm just kind of taking it, I'm just playing it by ear, but I'm trying to use things that I've never used before. Hey, Paper Star, how you doing? Touch the sky. Why should it say Mm-hmm. Yeah, Emperor of All Blacks is like the only thing I could think of, too. I was also thinking of Bouette, but she's not a ghost. Let's try her out. She's got muddy water. Junko. Because she's got that tongue. Ibuki Leoda. Whoa. Junko and the Trunko. This is fun. I like the underground. Yoshi. Oh my god, Yoshi. Boshi. I wasn't sure if he was bigger or just bluer. Yeah, I think he's just blue. Maybe it's bad Yoshi. Oh, you might be thinking of the fat Yoshi that was supposed to be in Mario RPG. That's not Boshi. Hi Flares, how you doing? Good to see you, friend. Hello. What's in here? Spacious cave. More of the same, huh? Lurking while brains being as well. I feel you. Take care. Maybe to enjoy your lurk. Here for you, friend. Study. I've walked through it. Pauladine, oh lord. Oh. Lick Chungus. Oh, this thing's gonna die. Damn. Lick Chungus is actually such a sussy conger. Oh no. You know, if you abbreviated the words properly, what that tongue do would absolutely fit. A tongue us. Oh god. So what I'm hearing is that y'all are not really feeling Gina Simmons. Ligma! How did it take this long? Wow, I just found a TM for Calm Mind, chillin'. Oh man, Skorupi is another one I was thinking about using too. I'll catch it just in case. I might rotate out the team, do a little 6 to 12 action, you know? What are y'all thinking? Heal Ball or Pokeball? Maybe Heal. The color scheme would look nice with the pinks and the purples. A little yellow. Britney Spears. I wasn't holding B that time when it broke out. Damn. There we go. Damn. And it is a girl. Wow, I'm catching a lot of female Pokemon this time around, aren't I? Again, all these nicknames are temporary. Like, not temporary, but like we can adjust them as necessary. No, you're good. You're good, Blue. I'm still taking suggestions because I can change them at any point. So, like, if something comes to mind, please don't hesitate to say it. Because, like, I'm really interested in what you guys have to say. It has a hell item? Let's check this girl out. No, it does not. It's an interesting set of moves. Moldarock is really good. I like Moldarock. I might change it to Moldarock, actually. I like that. Don't ask me, Laura. It whips its tail back and forth, it whips its tail back and forth, it whips its tail back and forth. Welcome back, Rabbit. Catching stuff in the underground. Fart! 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 Man, shout out to Tim and TRG's Mario Party 2. When he just when they're doing Day at the Races and he would just be sitting there in the background yelling fart. Hello. Is this a heal? Oh, okay. Cool. Like, he'd just be in the background yelling, come on, fart, fart like you never farted before. Don't cry. No, don't cry. Fart, fart, fart. This is so fun. Hello. When it said rest or quit, I was like, those are, like, not the options I would have picked, but okay. Doesn't Scorpy lose its bug type when it evolves? It becomes like Poison Dark and only is weak to, and becomes, like, only weak to ground. Awesome. The variety of Pokemon you can catch down here is something else. I want you so bad, honey, but I can't have you. I hope you guys don't mind me just putzing around in the underground. Also kind of stalling for when midnight comes and I can finally catch Drifloon. A water box. Not to be confused with an otter box. Yeah. Red Spear S, and... Oh... What is this little meter? Oh, paper star. Riverbank. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Krogunk. Oh, I didn't even see you there. Really? Oh. Oh. Man, that would really throw a dent into whatever plans, because if I catch a shiny, you, like, have to use it, right? That's, like, the rules. They are extremely pretty, you are correct, and you should say it louder. Man, another Tim moment that I thought was the funniest thing. When he, in like part 2 of Pokemon Sapphire, he explains that he does indeed know what shiny Pokemon are. And if he sees one, trust me, he will do his... He's like, if I see one, trust me, I will do my damnedest not to catch it. And the annotations, it's like, not to catch it? Really? Tim Sapphire is so fucking good. I know, too bad indeed. He just didn't. I think he lost the save. Oh, he lost the card. Oh no. What is that big room over there? Oh, I can go get that. I want to see it. Grassland Cave. Hi! How are you? What do you search for? Oh, Christ almighty, that's a lot of damage. Whew. What the hell was that? Oh, jeez, what move was that? That's new. Oh, I love playing new Pokemon games after having been away from the series for a while. Alan, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? Well, hey, indeed. How are you? I love that emote. It's so cute. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my god. That's not good. I'm gonna lose to a freaking pincer. Doing Pokemon X randomizer pizza lock. Okay, you gotta explain. You can't just tell me you're doing a pizza lock and then I'm so interested. For everybody who doesn't know, my name is Twilight King 432. I'm a variety streamer. You know, current project is this and Bayonetta later this weekend. Not sure when. Running? Oh no, Scorpy will live. Uh-oh. Of course. I had to open my... The team that survives the Elite Four gets baked onto a pizza. Oh, that's so cute, actually. I like that. Oh my gosh. I have to ask, did you come up with that yourself, or is that like an idea that you saw? Because I love it. Is Pinsir's catch rate like insanely low? Incredible. Come on, Gina. I didn't do shit. Storm Throw is one of those moves that always crits, huh? If I die, I die. Gotcha. So who's your current team? Out of curiosity. I don't even really want this thing that badly. Alright, I'm rotating this. Oh, no, that didn't work. I know that doesn't work, but like, who cares? I was gonna go up anyway. Yeah. Oh, hello. Thanks, Rourke. It was alternating A and B. I know it doesn't actually work. Hey, Mood, how you doing? Have you tried for... He pulled a pincer maneuver, yeah. Well, it failed me, Paper Star. Coleslaw the Mantine, pickles, pineapple, onion, mozzarella, and turkey. So what you're telling me is that If Mantine survives, you will have to put coleslaw on your pizza. And if Andapalm dies, you'll have to eat a pizza without any cheese? It's gotta be a challenge for a reason. I mean, like, that's a whole other layer of the challenge, eating things that you don't want on your pizza. I love it. Just not mozzarella in particular. Okay, I guess well, there are other cheeses that go on a pizza, huh? Crap. I mean, it's better than Supersonic. I'm not going to use that. Damn. Look at her. I love it. What are her new stats looking like? Damn. Arthur, Parmesan, Asiago, Romano, and Fontaine. That sounds so good. Oh my god, that sounds delish. Y'all gonna make me eat a fourth meal today. Today was one of the rare days where I actually ate I actually had 3 square meals. Sure, none of them were breakfast food, but whatever. Wow, you're expensive. Interesting. I will have to keep that in mind. Hey, chat. What is a food that you just don't get tired of? Pizza and tacos, nice. Hard or soft shell? Either or. Salad because it's so versatile. Goulash, really? Costco pizza and pho. Noodles. I love hard shell tacos. Yeah, Alan, I'm with you. Something about that crunch just makes me very happy. No, you're correct. Own it, Blue. Own it. Spaghetti. Mom, spaghetti. Whoa, is that a Firestone? Hell yeah. Yellow shard, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's sad. Also, Rosie, rice spring rolls are literally one of the best things in the world. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I can imagine. Dora. Cauliflower pizza. And I assume that's hit or miss. Oh, hash browns are great. Yo, I love banh mi. Donuts. What's your favorite donut, Rabbit? I like a nice Boston cream. French fries? Ooh, yeah, French fries are so good. This is not good. That sounds great. I'm telling you, I want to make it over there at some point. You like a good sour cream glaze? Nice. Oh no, yeah, that's terrible, Alan. Absolutely not fun. Gosh. Should do something. Oh, you know what else? It's not really a food, but I'll never get tired of it. Is bubble tea or boba for you West Coasters. We'll literally never get tired of it. Korean wings are also really good. I love those. Oh my god, Moot, what a story. That's wild. 4 times. It's probably getting bought out by the exact same people. Or like affiliates. Yes, we do. I love dim sum. Oh my god. There's a place near my house that serves absolutely fantastic, what was it? It's pork and bok choy, dim sum. They have a great variety because the restaurant is named like Dim Sum Factory or something, but like that pork and bok choy is so good. Can't get enough of it. It's a big room. Am I gonna fight a legendary and get my ass handed to me? Stillwater Cavern. Hey, Breeze. Good place and a good taco place. Dim Sum at Maxis 2023. That's right. That would be fun. There's a lot of things I want to do with that Maxis. For one thing, I want to do painting with a twist. For anybody who's not familiar with painting with a twist, that is where you go painting and there is wine served to you. I hope not. I found a place actually in National Harbor that does it, so.
You.
Come back for you later. Another TM for Bullet Seed that I'm probably not going to use. I'll drink your wine. I hope you can make it, Rabbit. Would love to have you. I wanted to see how to save, because I know autosave is the thing. Living near a boba place has made me addicted, Rosie. I literally live like 2 or 3 blocks from Kung Fu Tea. Hey, a rare candy, that'll be nice to have. Rosie, if you need a space up in like a room or something, I'll probably have one, so. Usually it's me, Diana, and Junie, and there's usually an extra spot, so. Who do you want to meet? Because you'd be surprised. I've never been to a con that's not MagFest, actually, and it's barely even a convention. You think that you think that you wouldn't fit into my schedule? Really? Wild. and TRG, no, you'd be able to have fun with them. There's always a meet and greet if nothing else. But like, you'd be surprised, like, how much you can just hang out with people. We're just talking about, like, no, Blue Quinn was saying that if he went to MagFest, he was worried that, like, the people he would want to meet would be too busy to hang out. Just say hello, you know, take a picture or something. Would like to meet me, the people's final time, Jules and Jack. They're very nice. I miss ice cream with Adri so badly. Yeah, like literally, people who do not know you could become, like, I'm extremely shy, but like literally at MagFest I can just talk to people I have never met or will never see again in my life. Funk, it's different when I'm at a convention. I promise you I'm extremely shy. A Chimex? Yeah, that was really close. Dude, I could literally just do this for so long. This is really... Okay, so at the risk of at the risk of being told I told you so by several people, I may have been a little harsh on what Gen 4 has to offer. Nah, just be yourself. That's all it takes. I do my best to put my shy self away when I'm meeting people from online. Like just the other day, I met Samantha, one of Proton John's mods, and Zach, I think one of Josh Jepson's mods. We had lunch together, so that was fun. Because, like, I think the thing is, like, when I think about Gen 4, I don't think about a lot of the side content like this. Like, even without the Pokemon rooms, like, I don't think about stuff like this. And, like, I should. This is legitimately a part of the game, and it's fun as hell right now, I'll tell you what. Moot, you do fine. Funk, you also do fine, at least with me. To be honest with you, when it comes to conventions, I tend to be the one introducing a lot of people to a lot of people. Which is fun. But, like, when it comes to conventions, I don't know what it is. I just get, like, get overcome with the joy of meeting new people. Like, I don't know if any of you are familiar with my friends, Egad and Natpoy Nepia. I met them at a MagFest, like the last MagFest I went to. We just met, like, a couple times. We just ran into each other, and then by the end we were friends. I was like, hey, you want to come up to the hotel room and, like, eat? Or, like, you know, we all went to Tim's room to play Smash. Good night, Dora. Have a great night. Thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate you. And, yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yes, that is what happened. We ran into each other again for like the third or fourth time, and we're just like, hey, you want to get like food? And then like Potbelly was too full. So we bought food from Potbelly. There was no place to sit, so we brought it back to our room. And then that happened. We walked in on you two sleeping. Feel really bad. Yeah, it was me, Thaman, Peyton, Thaman's wife, Sarah, Junie, Solid Plasma. Punk, were you there too? I think you were. Everyone was so much fun. I miss it a lot. I really do. It's the kind of thing that, like, I know that, like, some people, like my family, will never understand why I keep going. In our hotel room after Potbelly, were you there for that? Or in my hotel room, rather? Oh, okay. And Moot, I remember for you, I was supposed to be the one who met you at the front of the oh, good night, Alan. Good luck. Oh Jesus, 12 Fahrenheit. Good luck. All the best in your grocery hunting. Aw, that's nice. I was just gonna say, yeah, Moot, I was supposed to be waiting for you in the lobby so I could take you up to the room, but I ended up getting real hungry. and I was gonna go for second dinner, and I ran into Massey, Emil, Sarah Bear, and Cloudfang LP and a couple other people. So I was talking with them for a little bit, and they just invited me to join them for dinner. We went to Rosa Mexicano. It was really fun. I got to sit down and talk to Emil for like a couple hours, just about whatever. Super friendly guy. Incredible conversationalist. Like, it's really fun talking to him about literally anything. We talked about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. You either send like a description of yourself, or like I'll just send a selfie. Like, I don't care. I'll give you a person to look for. Because like I know what that's like. Ooh woo, Rosie, you're really quiet. I need to turn you up. No, you're better now. There you go. How you doing, Rosie? Nice. Dr. Pep. You know, I haven't had soda in like 3 or 4 months. Living my best life. Can't hear Rosie. Can you hear her now? Oh. No, you can't. Oh. You can't hear Rosie at all. Oh, that's weird. Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. Yeah, this happens sometimes. And now the audio is going to play twice, so that's bad.
Uh-oh.
Give it a second. Give me a second to work this out. Elgato stuff is weird. Like, I don't actually know how to split the audio sources. So, like, I don't know. They can probably hear you now.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So now, like, here's the thing, right? So I'm stuck in the situation now where, like, I'm listening to the game through my computer, so it counts as desktop audio, and I'm not sure how to fix that.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe I'll just do this, actually. That'll work. Figured it out.
Okay.
I overcomplicated it. Should the game go up a little bit? Oh, I will, Polter, because I need that so badly. I want to make sure everything is balanced properly, and yeah. But we're good. How are you doing, Rosie? Dinner was good?
Dinner was good. And then I'm gonna boot up some SMT5.
How did that fit in a box? Excuse me?
What? Little tiny Snorlax statue.
You have your Elgato set to monitor only mute output on OBS. Oh. See, what I did was just mute the video capture device and let it play through desktop audio, but that is a good idea, and I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Maya. Should I do that instead? Like, I don't know. I'm so new to this whole capture card business. I don't know what to do.
I know, that's gonna be me when I eventually get one.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking of getting one because don't get me wrong, capturing from iPad is like, it's been fine with like Bluetooth, but like I just kind of hate how crunchy it looks if I'm capturing from iPad. So it's like, maybe I should. But also Elgato's like almost $200, so it's like, do I really want to buy just for an iPad? Maybe not. So.
Okay, so how do I do this, right? Okay. Monitor only, mute output. How do I... You're gonna have to walk me through this like I'm 7 years old.
Oh.
COG, advanced audio properties, okay. What's up, Polter? Okay. Oh, I have it as monitor off. Okay. Set it to monitor only mute output. And what does that do? Because it's still coming through the desktop audio, so now what do I do for that? Okay. Oh, okay. I can afford to... Oh, okay. I hear it twice. Because I'm also listening to it, like, straight up from the Elgato capture thing. No, I'll keep that in mind. I'll play with it later, but yeah. So I'll just do what I'm doing now. Yeah, I'll do what I'm doing right now, and it'll be fine. Yeah. That's what I'm using as my screen. Because there's no lag. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. And also, hello, Mayo. Good to see you. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, playing off of the Elgato capture software, I just don't get any lag. It's really nice. I'm getting a lot of these boxes. It's an ice box? Oh my god. Yeah, I have the 60S. I got it on sale. It was, what are they normally? Like $180?
Something like that.
I got mine for 130, so I was like, that's a steal.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Yeah. It wasn't even like Black Friday or anything. It was like a week before. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Hello, I'm Kira. Whether I'm greeting people, yes it is. Yes it is. Fountain Spring Cave. Wasn't I here already? No, I was not. Look at these Gastrodon. Just chill. Ran into Bidoof's butt. That's me. Yeah, we've all run into Bidoof's butt at some point.
I used to hate Bidoof, but looking at it now, it's actually like kind of adorable.
It is cute. I have an attachment to Bidoof specifically because of Mystery Dungeon. Oh, you can zoom in and out. Oh my god.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah, Bidoof in Mystery Dungeon is so cute. So
Mm-hmm. Yes.
good boy.
And also, Mark, too, how are you doing? Is a plate? Yes. Ooh, a ghost box. I think that's just an urn, but like, okay. God, you know what I can't stop watching on YouTube? Those videos by Wired where like they get like a professional to answer questions about their field. So, like they get the mortician answering common questions about like mortician things.
Oh, I love that one. That one's really good.
They've done like 3 with him, and he's so fun. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Bolter. Ami Face Spirit is in like on a beach in Cancun by now. Urn.
Listen, Ami Faye, she's living her best life.
Yeah. She's in Playa del Carmen, chillin'. Spacious cave. I haven't seen a fire cave once. Which leads me to believe that there is no such thing, and that, in fact, there are still only 2 fire types in all of Sinnoh.
There used to be. I doubt. I'm sure the underground has alleviated some of that pain,
Mm-hmm.
which is good because I don't want to just use only.
Oh, I can. Let me. While you're here, I can try casting it for you and see how it looks.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Where in the world is Ami Space Spirit? Oops, let me take a looky.
Tell me if the frame drop is significant. chat because
No.
like
I don't see. Well. Let me see.
is that everything? No, there's something here. I know. I hate that little.
Tink, tink.
What's in this box?
There's a little bit of like.
Hmm.
So you can. I can watch from the stream, so it's all good. That's
Okay.
Jodan.
Alrighty. I mean, I have my new computer. I just haven't set it up for streaming yet, so hopefully that won't be a problem in the future. Put that damn 3070 to use.
Have you started transferring stuff yet, or not yet?
Everything was in OneDrive, so I just had to like log into OneDrive.
Oh, nice. Also, I legitimately thought you meant like one hard drive, and I was like, no, wait, you're talking about the.
Yeah, no, sorry, Microsoft OneDrive.
Yeah, I was like, okay, there. I forgot that existed for a moment.
It's nice, honestly. It lets me like access all my computer's files from my phone. So like I have my entire meme folder just ready to go.
Oh.
I'm getting a lot of these Bahe, and I don't know what they do. Monkey.
Man, I really joined like to the party
Mhm.
with Pokemon, cause like by the time I like actually got into Pokemon with like Platinum and stuff, it's like all the online hubbub is like, you know, Black and White's already out.
Mhm. Oh
So-
yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, they do contain the statues I've been finding, but what do I use the statues for? I guess it's for the secret base shit.
Yeah, I used to use for a secret base.
Yes, because I'm absolutely me, Twilight King 432. I'm going to put up an Infernape statue in my secret base. That is my priority in life. Nothing against Infernape, but like it's... Chimchar is my least favorite of the Sinnoh starters. Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Shout out statue. Now that's what I want. God, there's so much here. This is ridiculous. Gardenia's probably like, where is that dude? There's supposed to be a challenger coming. You know, whatever. What room is this? Oh, that's right. She uses a turret twig. I forgot about that. Oyster, get away. Sorry. Cricket Tot, that dude. Geodude. Back when I had Groovy as my music bot in my server, that's what I named it. Was
Oh my god, really? That's really good.
Rip Groovy. Now we use Pancake. Who's fine? Oh, finally a fire cave.
Just rip all the music bots, really.
No, Pancake's still kicking. And Junie found one that hasn't been killed yet.
Ooh. I remember there was Groovy and then
Rhythm.
Rhythm bot.
Mhm.
Yeah. Back when I was in the tabletop server, we used both of them. We would use both. One, so then you can use it for 2 sessions ongoing.
Mm-hmm. Guys, only like 10 more minutes, only 12 more minutes until I can leave the underground and go check on and see if Drifloon is available. I really want to catch and use Drifloon, but like they only show up on Fridays.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
What does? Ooh, oh, this is killing me. I want to use Misdreavus so bad, but I've used it before, and I told myself I would use new things.
I've never used Misdreavus. I want to so badly. It's because Platinum, you can't catch one. That's the only reason why I've never used one.
Well, if you bought Diamond, you're not gonna get one.
Sorry, if I bought what?
If you buy Diamond, you're not gonna get one.
In town.
Izzy Sakura Brooks, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. How are you doing? Welcome in. Here, I'll catch one, Rosie, for you, and then we can trade.
Oh god, I haven't even opened the game.
Yeah, but I'll keep it in my PC, it's fine.
Stick it in your PC.
Yeah.
Sweet, alright.
But you'll have to name it now, so, because once you get it, you won't be able to trade, nickname it. Mean Look, really?
Oh yeah, that is true, I forgot about that.
Glad to hear you're doing well. Thanks again for the follow, and I hope, welcome in. This is so fun. Wait. When I bought this game, I was like, okay, Gen 4 remakes, like, I'm not that hyped about it. Do I have a Bagon at all? No, I do not. I haven't beaten the game yet. This is my first stream of the game. This is my first time playing it, and I've only reached Eternity for the first time, and I've just kind of been putzing around in the underground for a while. What do you want to call it, Rosie? It's a boy. Yeah, the underground's fantastic.
Monotropa?
Monotropa?
Okay, so M-O-N-O
Mm-hmm.
T-R-O-P-A, all one word. It's a type of ghost flower. Or
M-O-N-O-T-R-O-P-A, right? That's a cool name.
Yeah. It's
Mm-hmm.
Monotropa uniflora, also known as ghost plant or ghost
Cool.
pipe or Indian pipe. So I'm like, I always like naming my Pokemon after flowers or plants.
I like that, yeah. Cool. Sure, I'll just catch a bunch, I don't care. I love this ghost room. Ghost is one of my favorite types. I think it might be my favorite. I shouldn't have just thrown a ball. Not a quick ball. I'll try and catch you a pincer, Eagers, but remember what happened the last time.
You got body.
Yeah. Pincer destroyed my ass.
Pincer pinched your balls.
Yeah. Just don't spite me. Who do you think you are?
You ever just think about getting your balls pinched by pincer?
No. Why would that not pierce? That sounds awful.
I'm pretty sure you would die from that.
How did I catch that first one so fast?
Magic.
Maybe this time I'm gonna hold B.
Oh, that B, baby.
Didn't work. I don't know what to tell you guys. This Misdreavus is a fighter. C. Sure, and I'll try Alt F4 if that doesn't work, Paper Star. What is this?
Bruh.
The Mew under the truck, yeah. No, I know about that, don't worry. And Peekaboo's in the garden. Gotcha. Yep. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Where's the garden? Is that the Pokemon Mansion garden? Thank you. Izzy, do you have a name in mind for it? Savaga. I don't want Swagger.
Swagger.
Let me know what you want to name this one. If you're still here. If not, you know, it's fine. The second Misdreavus. Actually, while I'm waiting, I'm gonna just quickly run and use the bathroom. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Rosie, can you keep my chat entertained?
Yes.
Kisame? Okay, let me do that before I leave.
I will certainly keep your chat entertained by talking about Shin Megami Tensei.
Mr. Dreamus. I was thinking about it. Okay, that's how I spell. Okay, cool. Keep that in mind. We'll take care of this after I use the restroom. I'll be right back. I won't even go on intermission. Just look at beautiful Misdreavus.
Taketh the P.
Yeah.
Ooh, woo chat. How has your night been? What? Ah, I'm talking to this character and I was trying to move forward. And he's like, no, you can't progress. Okay. Nice. Oh, I think after Shin Megami Tensei 5, I'm probably gonna play Brilliant Diamond, and then after that, hopefully I'll probably beat it. I'll probably beat it in time for Pokemon Arceus. I'm really excited for that. Or is it Pokemon Legends? I forgot if it's Pokemon Legends Arceus, like a PP. But I'm doing good. I really need to. Maybe I should pre-order it because I'm really excited for it. It looks really good. Oh, it's Pokemon Legend Arceus. I'm very good at knowing the names of games. Yeah, I really want it. It looks really good. I hope they make more. I kind of hope they make more Legends games because it feels like this is gonna be like a new series where they kind of go in depth with the legendaries, and that'd be nice. Like, I would want one about Johto because it seems like Johto has this really rich culture with like the Bellsprout Tower and like Celebi. I think that would be neat. I hope they do that.
Man, Twi's taking a long pee, huh?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Psst, it's not a stream without a stream.
Yeah, a stream without a stream, indeed. Alright, I got this little Misdreavus here. Izzy, if you want, I can take care of this in a minute. As soon as I want to check out this last room here. What are you long peeing for? Man, you know, I just had, while I was in the bathroom, I had a thought to catch a Lopunny and name it Bunifer. Like
Bunifer?
Like Benifer.
Oh.
Sure.
Well, had a pee thought.
Ooh, a Houndoom.
Yay! Oh, woo! I'm glad you get this because you could only get it in Platinum.
Mm-hmm. Just give me one sec. I wanna
The
Sorry.
inverse of shower thoughts is pee thoughts.
Is that really the inverse? Wouldn't it be like dirty thoughts? Not dirty thoughts, but like unclean? No?
It would be. They're like
filth thoughts?
sister terms. Cause cause like shower and pee, they're both in. You're both doing it in the bathroom. You know, in the bathroom.
You know, we're in the bathroom. Yeah.
So yeah, both are bathroom thoughts, really. If you think about it. You either get them peeing thoughts or you get them poop thoughts. Or diarrhea. Whatever, whichever one.
Houndoom.
Houndoom. Do. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like Houndoom.
I do like Houndoom, yeah. Not liking it right now, though. I'm almost out of Pokeball. Well, I'm not almost out. I have like 20 left, but...
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a pretty strong Pokemon for like level 18. Yeah.
Level 16?
Oh yeah, level 16. Oh,
No.
you roar.
Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
I don't know what to name. I'm not even gonna use this. I don't know why I caught it.
Name it a woo.
I can go look for the Drifloon now. We're gonna take care of this trade and I'll go do that. So,
Oh,
I'll do...
why?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, have you thought about getting like Pokemon Legends Arceus?
Yes. That was the Pokemon game out of the two that I was more excited for.
Yeah, same. The one thing I am glad that Platinum kept, no, not Platinum, but the remake kept at least, is contests, because the contests were like the best part. They were so fun.
Look at this Onyx orgy over... Not... Me.
Orgy, the double O.
Oh lord. This channel intended for mature audiences. Ah. I stood too close. Alright.
Is that our raid message? Onyx orgy.
It could be. Okay, so, Izzy, let me, get out of the underground. Do you need my friend code to trade? I don't know how this works in the new game. Like, I assume you do. Which is, like, fine. How do I leave? Oh, it's this button. You set up a room code. Okay, great. That's even easier. Okay, if you want to set it up or I can set it up, it doesn't matter. Multi-battles are the ultimate in pulse-pounding action. You won't know how exciting they are until you actually experience one. Yeah, I know what I'm... Coliseum isn't ready yet. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the Union Room. Nearby. Oh. With my link code. Oh, downstairs? Okay. Oh, I should read my chat once in a while. That would help.
Imagine
Oh, I need a
reading
pal pad, don't I? Is that what you're gonna give me? Tiala. Okay, I need a link code. Four 4521. 4521 no 521. Yeah, this is a bop. This is a big room. Oh, there you are. Is this you? Hello, this is Narumi. You want to trade, huh? Yeah, I do. Do I have it with me? I think I have it with me. Oh. Did I press the wrong button? Oh, okay. There we go. You see, this was yours, so I'll offer her tea. Yeah, sure. I'll take this ponytail.
Or say.
Or C. It's Himiko's birthday. It's magic.
It's magic.
Oh my god. I was like, that's not English. I was so confused. But it was English. Oh my god, I was like, Atentico. I was like, oh Jesus Christ, what is this? Is that a repeat ball? Cool. Thank you very much. Oh, of course. Happy to help. Oh, no. Yes, I want to quit the trade. You can trade multiple times. Cool. Nice. Glad I could help. Can't help you with the Dusk Stone, though. I'm too early for. It's too early for that.
Hey, Kinte.
I will keep this this ponytail for a while, but. Oh wow, you can check the stats at a glance. That's so cool.
Oh, cute. Oh, finally, you can do that.
That's so nice.
Ooh, levitate.
Levitate.
Levitate. Levitate.
Oh, Levitate. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Oh, a status setter. Those are fun. I love playing the status Pokemon. What a team. Let me buy some more Pokeballs. I mean, it's just like, it's actually just a line from Harry Potter. But it did get parodied. Oh man. You can buy more than 99 at a time. Forgot about that. Alright, if this is not enough to catch Drifloon, I don't know what to say. So how's everyone's night going? It's officially December 3rd, which, you know, it's cool stuff. Well, it's December 3rd
It's
over
already
here.
December, that's crazy.
I know. It should still be October or something.
I know, right?
Hello, Bunnery. I really need to move Sweetheart out of front. She's too slow. Good stats, high in both special defense and defense. Nice. I'm glad it. I'm glad it could be because I didn't even think to check that. Man, I love Misdreavus so much. Ghost types are just good.
Those types are fun.
I love Chandelure too. And Dusclops, and that whole line. How do I leave? Come on now.
Come on now.
No, don't fight. Where's the exit? I'm lost. I'm lost and afraid.
Oh, should be on the, I know it's on the top right at some point.
I found it.
Okay.
I found the way to the exit. God, it feels so weird playing a new Pokemon game again for like the first time in years.
What was the last one you played?
Gen 7, I didn't finish it. So
Oh.
Moon, particularly.
How far did you get until you stopped?
The very last thing I can remember is fighting like the Totem Mimikyu, I think. Or no, like the
Oh, yeah, decent.
Mimikyu is like my favorite Pokemon from that generation.
It's so good.
Oh my god, Blue. It's amazing how hard it is to navigate this damn place backwards.
You telling me I'm navigating through this really tough place in
Wait, wasn't I just here? What the hell?
Shimigami Tensei, and oh my god, I'm getting so lost.
I should have bought a repel, Jesus Christ. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So happy. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I haven't seen Lost. I know Tim is really into it. I want to take him up on that offer to watch it sometime.
It's not. I know. Wait, remind me. It's the show where like people get stranded on an island, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, I've never seen it, so I couldn't.
It's been a while.
My parents used to watch it.
I remember seeing ads for it.
No, you're fine. There it is. Have to be careful. Let me pull out, you'll do fine. Gotcha. Oh, it's level 22. Bite won't kill it, I don't think. Ooh, it's got Hex. Oh!
It's poison.
Just try and throw a ball at it, I don't know. When did I get Great Ball?
Maybe I picked it up in Underground.
No, because I definitely didn't have it when I was catching those Misdreavus. I guess I'll use Pingu and, like, Heck. That didn't kill it.
Noot,
Noot, noot.
noot, noot.
When I was, this was one of my first stream series I ever did was, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. And, it was Phanpy and Piplup, and I named them Team Newt.
Nice. That's just what they deserve.
Mm-hmm. See, I'm worried because, like, I know anything stronger than Peck is going to kill it, and I'm worried that Peck is going to kill it. Because this game has an autosave feature.
Uh-oh.
You can turn it off, and I probably should.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those were... we never finished that. What we did was I would play for when Diana did Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. For the post game I played it, and then she was just there co-commenting and having fun.
I thought you were just gonna say she was just there.
Mm-hmm.
Vibing.
Yeah. Thank you. Now I don't know what the hell to name this thing.
Pussy eater.
No. It's a girl, by the way.
Grape
Balloony.
soda.
Grape soda.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me hear what chat has to say. Chris Hansen. I did already name the rival. Space. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that one, Aegis. I don't. Something about the.
That one's a little sussy.
I feel like I don't want to reference that aspect of Drifloon. I was thinking like something stupid like Boo-Loon or something. Naming Pokemon is the hardest thing in the world. Purple Mario? Why is that so funny? Stevia? Helen Gravely? Oh, that's a good name. I don't know if that'll fit. It definitely will not fit. Wait, no. H-E-L-L-E-N. No, it's one too, it's a couple too long. Say something I can think of. When in doubt, look through your songs playlist and see what comes to mind. No, I'm gonna give it a temporary nickname in the meantime. We'll think about this one for a second.
Kitty, what is it?
They're scary, so it makes sense.
Scary.
Oh my god, at 99 Loop, I could have named it Nina. Or Nana, I don't know how you say that.
Nina.
I don't speak German, but I only listen to the German version of that song. N-E-N-A, I'm not sure how you say that though. Good night, Agers. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it.
Night.
Now to walk all the way back to Eterna City to name it. To rename this thing. then I'll do the gym and probably keep going. Actually, I'm having too much fun. Actually, I should check the summary for Nina. Nena? I don't know. Focus energy payback. Shadow Ball, really?
Damn. Shit. So early, too?
I know, yeah.
Damn.
Oh, and it's up special attack, too.
Ooh. Nice.
And it has Unburden for its ability, which means I should probably give it some kind of consumable item. Because I don't think Unburden doesn't kick in unless you have an held item used.
I'm not sure because I actually never used Pokemon with them.
I mean, I think it's the better ability instead of Aftermath, but like, whatever.
It does the speed stat when held item is used or lost. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I could teach it Fling. Ooh, that's an idea.
Ooh, that is an idea. Although that does risk maybe chancing that maybe opponent Pokemon might have items. But...
No. Fling, what Fling does is, it just literally throws the held item and gets rid of it for the battle.
Oh, for the battle. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think it comes back to you at the end of the battle.
Oh, okay.
Let's test out our new friend.
Kitty, what is it? Now she's on my lap.
Hi, Ava.
And you're giving her a pet.
Good.
Eva. A pet.
Man, I want to like Goldeen, but I just don't care about it. Posture check. Well, thank you, because my posture was very, very bad. Oh, you're strong, honey. I like you. Goldeen is very basic.
Yeah.
Oh god, are you the one with 6 Magikarp?
Here it comes.
Wales is gonna come in right now, see that I've named this Pokemon 100 Gex and like laugh at me. And then make
100 Geckos.
Yeah. Geico.
Geico. See you 15% on car insurance. That's actually a wild spread.
15 minutes could save you 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
That's what it was.
Yep.
I just mostly remember Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Allstate. Are you in good hands? Stop calling me Allstate guy. I have a name. It's Guy from Waiting to Exhale.
What's in your wallet? Thanks, Capital One.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Farm,
Khakis. She sounds hideous. Well, she's a guy, so.
She sounds hideous.
Geico, so easy a Magikarp could do it. I remember that. I remember the So Easy a Caveman Could Do It campaign.
I don't remember that.
800-588-2300 Empire today.
Dude.
I love. I done cash now. I love our sunsetter retractable awning. It keeps our patio about 20 degrees cooler.
What's that from?
It's a commercial for a retractable awning.
I should know.
Yes. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the general and save some time. Yeah, I know it.
Oh my god, I don't remember all these.
I watched a lot of TV as a kid.
Like, I recognize them, but like, I just don't remember them. Which just means I have very bad memory, so yeah.
Working for an hourly wage. I went to high school, didn't do great. Still, I gotta get more cash. More education is what I'm looking at. When I get a degree, I will make a bigger salary. So now I've got to see which college is right for me. I went on the internet and found Education Connection. I took some free tests to find out my direction. I'm taking my classes online, getting my degree on my own time. Education Connection sent me to the right college for free. Get connected for free at Education Connection. I'm done.
I've never heard that one.
You don't know Education Connection? That's a classic.
No, I've never heard that. I've genuinely never heard that one.
Should have gone to freecreditreport.com. I could have seen this coming at me like an atom bomb. They monitor your credit and send you email alerts, so you don't end up serving iced tea to tourists in t-shirts. I'm such a little goofball, I swear. I'm so quirky, XD rar.
XD rar. God, now you remind me of like, oh shoot, I used to watch. I think it was Jennifer Lopez in like Ghost Whisperer or or someone. Was she in Ghost Whisperer?
Was she?
Let me see. It's been so long. I actually did watch it. What's the show even called? I hope it was called Ghost Whisperer. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's called Ghost Whisperer.
Good night, Blue Coin.
Oh, it's okay. No, it's Jennifer Love Hewitt.
That is not Jennifer Lopez.
I just got confused because both of them are named Jennifer. I am not good with celebrities. You can tell. Sorry. I'm not.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it was like honestly, I liked it.
Is this gonna be like her platinum? Oh, it is her diamond and pearl gem. It's not her platinum gem with a flower clock.
Yeah.
I literally haven't seen this since Pearl came out. Holy shit.
I've never played Diamond or Pearl. I've only played Platinum, so this is gonna be all new for me.
You mean to tell me that there is nobody here? You mean to tell me that a Sistine built this chapel?
Oh my god. Edith Pussy.
Excuse me? I said Edith Pussy.
Pussy.
I'm flattered, ma'am, but no thank you.
No.
Edith Pussy is my name.
I love that.
Oh, I see, and I'm sorry.
Mom, Dad, hold the 2 dicks. I forgot how it goes.
Mom, Dad, rest assured, holding 2 dicks is safe. What a relief for those parents, because I'm sure they love nothing. They love holding 2 dicks more than anything else in the world.
The one thing I kind of remember it's the cold opener I think for one of the episodes of Parks and Rec. It's Who Broke It? Because it was so popular on Tumblr.
I've actually never seen more than like an episode of Parks and Rec.
It's good. We should watch it.
We should.
It's been years since me and Mark watched it. We watched it with other people. It was great. Who broke it? I'm not mad. I just want to know. I did. No, you didn't. Tom, don't look at me. Look at Ben. What? I didn't break it. That's funny. How'd you know it was broken? Because it's sitting right in front of us and it's broken. Suspicious. No, it's not. I love that bit.
Oh my god. I want to watch that. I still need to watch Seinfeld too.
I'm done. Same here. Our friends and friends.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. No one told you life was gonna be this way. I've seen some of Friends. I've never seen the whole thing.
God, I made a TRG parody of Who Broke It.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yes. Did you actually watch it?
I think so. It's familiar. Jenna. Friends is the one with Joey.
Wheeler.
Let's go Mets. Sheldon is Big Bang Theory. I have never seen that show and I have no interest in it, honestly.
Sheldon is Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, really? They were using by the coffee store. By the coffee store. I was using the wooden cuticles I was using the wooden stirrers to push out my cuticles. Everybody knows that. Jerry.
You know, I don't understand cuticle care at all.
I don't.
I really want to. Did I mention Seinfeld? I think I mentioned Seinfeld.
Yes.
Okay, I want to watch Seinfeld. It's on Netflix.
Now, bitch, you know I want to got
Doing here's from me. Let's be clear on that.
clear on that.
Why did Shaquana call my phone and tell me that Malik said that Trayvon said he don't like you? I ain't trying to get this story between y'all, but if I was you, I would smack that
Smack
bitch.
that bitch. I just love your delivery on it. It's so good.
Thank you. I've worked very hard on that.
Where's the alert that has that?
I need that actually, but I don't know what value to make that. The first time I ever saw that that video was in a Danganronpa crack compilation, which is such a
Really?
dumb genre of video.
Oh my god.
But Turtwig, I'ma beat your ass.
You give me a Turtwig? No!
Yeah, I have to. I have to.
My son.
My son is Piplup. God, the aroma ladies really are so hot.
I know, right? I thought they had more accessories on that. I thought they had a necklace, but no, I guess it's just the sparkles they had.
Hmm. Hello. Oh my.
The beauty? Yeah, she
Yeah.
was already really pretty.
The lasses are also really cute.
I know, they're so adorable.
I like the way they look away from you when they lose. Don't seed me.
Gross.
Yeah.
Only the guy I like can do that. Eh.
I wasn't gonna be the one to say it, so. But I was thinking
Alright, so you go, guys. Bye. No, just kidding. There you go. That's the best thing I'll say all night.
Hello, Gardenia. Why? What is the cinematography here? Why are we zooming in? She's like
looked
2
like
feet
she's,
tall.
It looked like she's just a pose.
She's like they look like Funko Pops. I don't understand why we have to zoom
No!
in like this.
The Funko Pops. Oh yeah, they do.
And like when the little banner comes up to tell you who you're fighting before the thing starts, it like shows it has a 3D model and it looks so stupid.
Okay, look. Okay.
Watch, you'll see.
Alright, I'll see.
Fuck. Hey, kitty.
It looks so dumb.
Oh my god. Ugh. It just looks so static. Oh, it's so static. I hate it. It's just so static.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Britney Spears. Dun, 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 dun. Baby, can't you see? I'm calling. A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. Dun, 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 dun.
Eva just smacked
potion.
her tail in my face.
Mhm. Didn't want to hear you sing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Also, she was like poking at something she shouldn't, so I was trying to get her off.
Mhm.
That. So, yeah. God,
Yeah,
I
you-
remember. Oh, no, go first.
No, I was gonna be like, yeah, use up all your super potions, bitch. See if I care.
On a fucking Cherubi.
Your Rose Raid ain't gonna have shit because of this.
I know, right? Although, to be fair, it probably has to get herself.
Mm.
God, I remember when I did my platinum. I did a monograss type run on in platinum, and I remember I think I only had Turtwig, maybe Cherub, maybe like a Cherubi,
Mm-hmm.
and I know I had a Roselia, and it was literally everyone died. It was only her Roserade left, and it was just like we just kept poison stinging each other, and literally on the last bit of health where I would have died if she survived that last if the Rosary survived the last shot, I got a crit on the last poison sting and I killed her.
Nice.
So good. Bug bite that did it.
I'm literally grass poison. I don't know what you're doing that for. I mean, I'm
I
bug
like
poison.
how Gardenia jumps.
Yeah. Oh, I ate the citrus berry. God bless America.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I suggest bug bite. It's there.
Bug bite is so good unless you're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and it's being used against you.
Oh.
Because in that game, it just takes a right of mine from your bag and eats it.
Oh, that's no good. Uh-oh, Stinky.
It's alright. I got time.
Man, this Rosary is so beefy. I mean, it's a Thursday evolution at this point in the game.
I thought you said it's a Thursday, like it's double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon.
Double cheeked up. No. It's a third stage evolution. But yes, it is also a Thursday double cheeked up. Yeah, this is honestly second gym for a grass type is pretty tough, honestly.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it killed. I didn't think it was gonna do that much damage. Oh, critical hit, of course.
Oh, crit.
But at least I got the thing off, so it's fine.
Yeah, at least no citrus berries. So honestly, if you put in drift, that might not be bad.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Probably don't put in Gina Simmons because grass knot is way. I know that.
Really? Oh my god.
Did she heal? Did she switch out?
Nope. If she did, she would have gotten hit with the toxic spikes I put down.
Oh, that is true.
That's why I did it.
Me. Oh, me.
Petal Blizzard.
Paddle Blizz. Hello?
I always get it confused with Petal Dance, but they are different.
That's true. They are different.
I'm not even gonna bother with the paralyzed heals, just put it right back on me.
Yeah, it's probably better. Oh, yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Payback was the option.
Hell Blizzard is so good. What the hell? It's like, why have Energy Ball now? Why have Energy Ball? Cause, oh, that's right. Pedal Blizzard is physical, and Pedal Dance is special. Like,
Yeah.
that's
I'm gonna use this super potion that I have for no reason.
Yeah, it's probably worth it. I gotta say, Pedal Dance with Quiver Dance is like the dream.
Oh, did they buff super potion since I played the games? That healed
How much did it
60.
heal? Really?
Yeah, they must have buffed it.
Let me see. I know you use this. Double check.
It's over, it's over. TKO.
Oh, they buffed it in Sun and Moon. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah. Starting from Sumo, they buffed. I didn't realize. I forgot about that. They nerfed the hyper. How much is it? I think it's like, is it 100 now?
Oh, the hyper must be 120, I think.
Let me see. Oh yeah, it is 120. Yeah, man, I forgot. It used to be 200.
Yes, I do have you cornered because your Rose Raid is dead. Your Turtwig is poisoned. I don't know what you're going to do. I will literally poison stall you, bitch.
I mean, got Gina 7. Small. Yeah, I think for my team, well, I've used all the starters, but I had to keep I'm gonna obviously use Turtwig, and then I do want to use Glaceon because I never used one.
I have not used Glaceon either. But saving a spot for that long is going to be hell.
Yeah.
Besides, I had another Pokemon in mind to use.
Yeah, I have to see what the underground offers. Then Misdreavus.
I think I saw a lot of what the underground had to offer. You got the stickers. Oh, great. I'm so happy that I got the ball stickers. It's exactly what I...
Maybe
What?
Drifting, but then I'll have two ghost types. TM86s. Oh yeah. We had TMs and TRs, I know.
In Sword and Shield, there are TRs. They went back to all disposable TMs for this one. They just gave you multiple.
Oh! Huh.
Like, Gardenia gave me 5 grass nuts.
Oh, okay.
Which is
That's
an
not
interesting idea.
too bad. That's not too bad, I think.
I also just
I
found
kinda get it. Oh, no, go first.
No, I found the Calm Mind TM just randomly chilling in, like, the underground. So, like, I have use for that, so that'll be fun.
I kind of get it, because some TMs, if you just, like, have it forever, and just can use it without breaking it, it's a little busted.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they did that. The way they got around that was by, like, if your PP was, for the move you were getting rid of, was lower than the one, that you learned the TM, than the new move that you were gonna get, it wouldn't restore your PP.
Ah.
Which was, like, the biggest thing for TMs. Like, that's how you could really use them to break the game.
Yeah.
Got the TM for Calm Mind. It's only one. Oh my god, 100 Gex can learn that. Oh, that would be so busted.
Ooh, that would be good.
Get rid of Whirlwind, put that on there.
Yeah, Whirlwind is kind of, like, useless.
Put Payback, probably change Payback out for Fling so I could take advantage of Unburden.
Oh my god, if you set up right, you could probably sweep Fantina's team, maybe.
Probably.
Depends on if she doesn't knock it out.
Yeah, oh, it's Focus Energy, not, yeah, I don't need Focus Energy, hell.
Yeah, Focus Energy is like kind of peak.
Because, like, the other Pokemon that I want to catch is Bronzong, and I think that just learns Calm Mind anyway.
Oh, that's true. Oh yeah, I think it does. Oh, you know what? I've never used a Bronzong.
I haven't either. All of these Pokemon are ones, except for Prinplup, are ones I have not used before. What was I gonna do? I was gonna look up if Bronzong can learn Calm Mind naturally.
I think I remember it does have it.
Because I'm debating who would be better. I think in the end, Drifblim would be better to have that on. Because like, let me look at 100 Gex's stats. 37 speed. If I were to take advantage of Unburden, that would double to 74. Like nothing would outspeed that. Yeah, this might be a busted strat. Okay, it does not learn Calm Mind by level up. It actually cannot learn it, period.
Oh man, that's stink.
Yeah, it literally can't learn it. Unless, no, wait, maybe... No, it can. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong learn set.
Oh, okay.
It can learn Calm Mind. What do you guys think? Would Calm Mind be better suited on Drifloon or Bronzong?
They're both. Bronzong is. I think both are a little.
I'm gonna rename this thing from 100 Gex to Nina. Are you the name writer? Yeah. Because, like, here's my thing, right? Bronzong is tanky anyway. I don't know if it needs that move.
That is true, but it could just make it. Honestly, you just buff it. You just have Calm Mind just to buff its attack, really.
That's true.
Both are good, honestly.
I think, but here's, like, because Drifloon here has minus special defense, I think it could use the extra help.
Yeah.
But, like, maybe I'll find another one, I don't know. You can just find it in the underground, apparently, so... I'll hold off for now until I can come to a decision.
Yeah,
In the
it's
meantime,
probably
I'll, like, kind of... Is it daytime? It looks like daytime now. Hello! Oh. I know you. Oh, is that a Pokedex? You must be helping Professor Rowan. What's your name? Okay. Hello, Twy. I'll be sure to remember that name. My name is Cynthia. I'm a trainer just like you. I've been studying Pokemon mythology lately, just out of curiosity. Here in Eterna City, there's a statue of an ancient Pokemon. According to the myth, it was an extremely powerful Pokemon. Who knows? You may encounter something like it while you're traveling with your Pokedex. Try using these. They should help you on your way. TM93, huh? What's that, cut? Yep, okay. I like the way they handled hidden moves in this game. Or HMs. That's really nice. God. Okay, bowl cut. Oh, you want to fight? Okay. Well, it's not a double battle anymore. Oh, this is a bad matchup. Ooh, I like this background actually. With like the smoke, it's so pretty. I know. Bolter, can I get your thoughts on something real quick? So like, I have this PM for Calm Mind and I'm not sure who would benefit from it more. A Driftblim or a Bronzong? Pardon? Pardon? No more cat seeds. Cat seeds luck. How you... Cat seeds suck, actually. How you doing, Farron? Balthier, Kyrule, Palisade, welcome. Welcome, everyone. How are you all doing? As you can see, we are playing the Pokemon Shining Pearl. It's really fun. You generate bad rando seeds? Yeah, we knew that. Teach yourself to have a Calm Mind. Paper Star, why you gotta do me like that?
Damn, going for the jugular.
Yeah, but oh my gosh, this game is so much fun. Welcome, welcome. For anybody who doesn't know me, I'm Twilight King 432. I'm a variety streamer, and current projects are this game and Bayonetta. I am enjoying it a lot. I spent like a solid like hour and a half just running around in the underground. It's so much fun. But how was your stream, Farron? I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. It's always a pleasure to see you. Do you trust the seed? Your answer was no, but let's play it anyway. Of course. That's what it's all about, right? God, this Licky Licky is so good. Muddy Water is such a weird move for it.
It works though.
That's true. That's very true, Polter. My one thing, I was thinking maybe I could teach it Fling, and then take advantage of Unburden. But does Fling get rid of your item permanently? It came with Muddy Water when it was a Lickitung. You want to Palm Gets Wi-Fi? That's a great name for it, actually. I haven't thought about Palm Gets Wi-Fi since Luca played it.
I know, right? And I think she mentioned it too in 999.
Oh, did she? I haven't been watching the 999, but I probably should. I want to play it myself as a thing.
Cause Palm Gets Wi-Fi referenced the thing. And she's like, oh my god, is that where Palm Gets Wi-Fi referenced their thing? What the hell?
It wasn't period blood microwave, was it?
No.
Okay, because that's like the one line I remember from Palm Gets Wi-Fi.
It was something else, I think.
You know what, Polter, you're right. I'll save it for Bronzong. I might try and find another stat boosting move for good old Driftblim though. Stream was good even if the seed was terrible. Had a real couple of jerk moves. Grapple Beam and Pendant Swamp and Intivaria on Buzz Summit. Oh man, really? Wow. So you had to get that far into Meridia with the nothing suit? The power suit, that's what it's called, not the nothing suit. Damn. No, I don't know anything about Link to the Past, but, like, I know Super Metroid decently well, so, no. You had grab. Okay, so that makes it a little better. So if you steal a Pokemon from somebody, why does the Pokemon listen to you? Is that ever explained? Like,
Out of fear, maybe?
I guess, I don't know. They also stole gym badges. No. Nice. Nina got 69.
Nice.
Stockpile, no. Actually, wait, shit. Stockpile might have been a good. Oh, well.
You can always relearn it.
That's true.
Or not. Or just...
It's like Stockpile, I forgot that they made it so that it increases your defense and special defense by a stage.
Yeah.
But it only goes up to 3, so like maybe something.
Honestly, 3 is not bad.
If Drifblim can learn Amnesia, I'll probably teach it that.
I've definitely seen Drifloon with Amnesia, I think. Let me double check.
Because it's got a really nice moveset already, so I'm a little bit limited in what I can do.
Oh my
Even
god,
some-
oh my god, Drifloon learns game. Of course, level 1. It's like all level 1 stuff, but...
Damn. Doubled in Turtle Rock with Mushroom on Laser Bridge into Ice Rod. Oh,
Can
gee.
learn Amnesia.
Cool.
Yeah, Drifloon. That is, yeah.
I see that being a little bit better than, you know, that other move. Focus
Calm
Energy. Focus Energy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. 3 is serviceable. Oh, I forgot they had music that sounded like this. Scientist Travon? Dab, bruh. I did dab. I dabbed.
Yo, let's go.
One time, Goaty Mayo came into my chat and asked me to dab, and I turned on my camera and dabbed.
Nice. That's what you should do. That's what you should always do.
What? No, you can't do that. That's rude as shit.
Rude ass bitch. Rude ass shit. Just stop play.
Licky Licky seems really
Girl,
fun.
check this out.
So
The
far.
face Xavier.
You only dab for charity? That's fair. You should be able to dab for whatever reason you deem appropriate, and if it's charity, then all the more power to you.
You dab appropriately. Always dab responsibly.
What is Licky Licky's defense stat looking like right now, anyway? Let me see.
Thick.
47. Oh, man. Those are good stats, like, jeez. You know, when I was a kid, I thought Jupiter was the best looking one.
It's Mars.
Yeah,
Also the same. Also the same.
You also like Jupiter better?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Nah, I'm
But
not, you know?
Now I'm more of a Mars bitch, but Jupiter's still
I
looking
know,
good.
same. Honestly, both bitches do be looking good.
Tail face. Oh my god. Yeah, no, there's something wrong there. Like, they stretch your face out a little too wide. Jupiter do got the leg, though. Oh, I have own tempo, bitch. You can't do that to me. How insolent. Take a bite of this, child. You should have said that before your turn, because it didn't work. Like if you were making a me, got it all looking good, then she was a taller head and only moved the mouth. Oh my god. You're such a way with... Oh, Venoshock? What does Venoshock do again? That's the one that does more damage if you're poisoned, right?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, I think I'd rather... No, Toxic Spikes and Whirlwind is really good. I don't think I need this. I don't know. Nah, I don't think I need Whirlwind that badly.
No, I don't think so.
Because, like, when am I going to remember to use it? And, like...
Yeah.
Maybe I'll regret this.
They're better. You can always lower it, too.
Yeah. With a heart scale, which I haven't found one of yet.
You can get them later.
Oh, Scorpio has really bad attack? Oh, my bad. I didn't know that. Oh, parts.
Yes, we're a little more physical.
Damn, Skuntank, tanky. I guess it's in the name.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Gina, yes. Damn, Gina, like, oof. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Didn't expect that. Gina, what? What the hell? Love it. No, I definitely think the Galactic Advents looked better in 2D sprites.
Same.
Yeah, I'll come do Cycle Shop because I want a bike real bad. There's really no point in me going to the old chateau anytime soon since Rotom is in the post-game only.
Oh man, really?
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about using one too. Do I have anything in my party that could learn and use an electric type move? Oh shit. Nope. Maybe you, I don't know. Yeah, Rotom would have been nice to use. Color for my bike. Blue. I do want a blue bike. That looks sick. B button to shift gears. Third gear cannot reach full speed. Fourth gear can ride at full speed and climb up slopes. Cool. I'm glad they decided to combine the bikes into one bike for Gen 4. Where do I find Bronzong again? I think it's Bronzer is like over here. Scott! Thank you so much for the raid. Why did that not come up as a raid? I don't understand. But thank you so much for... Thanks for the shitty internet. Aw, sorry to hear.
Aw.
Hashtag thanks for the shitty internet purple 180 listen. Hashtag thanks for the shitty internet purple 180
I love it when you do that.
Thanks for the shitty internet purple 180 listen. Hashtag thanks for the shitty internet.
Your stream dead. Oh, I'm sorry. How was it before it died? Welcome, welcome. Hey Pika, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh man, Hoot Hoot. Does Hoot Hoot only have 1 foot, or does it have 2 feet with 2 toes each?
Oh, I don't want to think about that. I think it's 1 foot, 3 toes.
Hmm. Nope, it's 2 feet. Just answer that for me.
What? God dang it.
Hmm. Gotcha. Oh, you can just press Y to use the room? Oh, Jesus, I didn't know that. You don't have to go to a Pokemon Center for that? Cool. Why is this... Why? Why did it zoom in like that? I'm realizing very quickly that I have no counter for water types.
Uh-oh.
Then again, I'm not weak to water types either, but it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
I think Bronzong will be able to learn some electric moves.
Let me check. I can check. I'm already on a bowl.
If nothing else, I can learn Energy Ball whenever I get the TM for that.
It's true. I mean, Glaceon can probably learn. I wonder if Glaceon can learn Freeze Dry. Ooh. Bronzong cannot learn any electric type moves. It can learn Grass Knot.
Oh, Drifloon can
And
learn
Solar-
Thunderbolt? Okay.
Oh no, wait, hold on. Sorry. I forgot to look at the TMs. Sorry, they made a separate list. Oh no, wait. Bronzong can learn electric moves.
Oh, okay. I might have
looks
I might have Bronzong be my Calm Mind just attacker.
Oh really? Oh really? Does it really just only learn Charge Beam? I mean, that's
Charge Beam is better than nothing, I mean.
and Grass Knot too.
Oh, it does learn Grass Knot. Can it learn Energy Ball?
No, but it
Really?
can learn Solar Beam.
Interesting. That's right, Bronzong can learn Sunny Day and Rain Dance.
Yeah. Ooh. Also, it can learn Flash Cannon, so that would be really good for it.
Yeah, but like, I think that is true, Palisade, but like, I'm worried that like, will Rhyhorn using like, will Rhydon using like frickin' Thunderbolt and, or Thundershock and Thunderbolt and Thunder, will that actually be any use given its stats? If I had not screwed up that sentence, maybe people would have understood.
Yeah, Rhydon is kind of poo for
Oh, Licky Licky can learn Thunderbolt? I didn't know that. Cool.
special attacks, attack. If only it could learn Thunder Punch, that would be really nice.
I know Licky Licky, normal types tend to have really bizarre move pools, so like I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I mean, Rhydon can, if you decide to breed a Rhydon, you can get Thunder Fang on it, but that's it. So yeah.
It is an idea, but I appreciate it. Thank you. All possibilities are worth knowing.
Dunsparce has their evolution.
I know. I've wanted Dunsparce to get a Mega or like some kind of evolution for so long. Pengu can learn Grass Knot as well. That's true. I need strength here? Is this where you find or is it in the grass? Chingling? No, thank you.
Chingling is so cute. I love how
I like Chingling, don't get me wrong. I don't want to use it.
I love the animation when it cries like how, even though I know it's like a bell. It's really cute though. It's kind of Oh, you know what? Maybe I want to use a Chimecho. Maybe I'll use a Chimecho. Oh, actually, Chimecho got its buffs, stats buff. Just a
Did it?
Oh, actually, wow. Actually, so it used to have 70 defense, but now has 80. And then, HP is 75 instead of 65, and then special attack is now 90 instead of 80. So
Nice. That's a good buff. Mastering got a huge buff too, actually. I think a plus 20 to both special attack and speed, Folter was saying.
That's crazy. I love Chimecho. It's always so cute. Like, he looks so happy.
Bronzer seems like it would make sense to be in the cave, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you can,
Maybe it's in both.
I know, Bronzor is in I think you get in Celestic Town, I think.
That's so far away.
Yeah, it's a little far away. I
But
don't know if you can, I'm not sure if you can get it earlier in.
Oh, there are wild Pokemon here. I don't want you. Get out.
Oh wow, Chimecho can actually learn a pretty good amount of moves. Dazzling Gleam, Psychic, Shockwave, Charge Beam, Energy Ball.
Araquanid, Palisade? I think that's what's
Araquanid?
Yeah, Araquanid, Araquanid, I don't know.
I really wanted to use that one. I never got around to it, because don't get me wrong, I love Sun and Moon, but like, man, that beginning is really rough.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's just, it's such a hard game to replay because of just the beginning, because it just handholds you so
as much as I really don't care about Fire Red and Leaf Green, one of the best things they ever did was introduce the Teachy TV, where you could just watch the tutorials if you needed them.
Oh.
Yeah, I would like to know where Bronzor is, or at least if I can get it now.
I never actually played Fire Red and Leaf Green. I remember actually, I think we went to a Walmart or something back when, I think it was around Emerald came out, and my brother specifically asked, hey, can I have a copy of Leaf Green? And they were like, sorry, we're actually sold out. So he got Emerald instead.
Aww.
Cause my cousin, he's around the same age as my brother, and I think maybe 1 year older, but yeah, he had a Game Boy SP and he had Leaf Green, and I think he let my brother borrow it for a little bit. So.
Cool. Okay, so in the south, so like, I get off the cycling road and then do all that.
Yeah.
Pal, once created, brought forth many dimensions. All things alive are not awry, same space. Such is the blessing of Pal. We all need a pal every now and then.
I agree. A pal. Kia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello, Lucas's father.
I thought you were saying hi to someone in chat. I was like, oh, there.
Yeah, I don't think they ever brought back bike posts. I was until you decided to show up and it definitely did. Wait, did they change what own tempo does?
Oh, I think it has the added effect of not being I think own tempo still prevents the Pokemon like being confused, but it also has the additional effect of like not having your stats lowered.
I think maybe it's just it's either not having your stats lowered at all or just
Let me check.
or maybe it's just through like Intimidate or something.
I think you know what? I think Tom had the same thing.
Inner Focus
Oh yeah,
also
own
negates
tempo
Intimidate.
own tempo now blocks Intimidate. Yes.
That's awesome.
Inner Focus also negates Intimidate. Wow, that's crazy. Forgot to. Honestly, Twi, now that I'm playing SMT5, I actually would like to see you play.
Oh, you want to see me play it? Sure.
Yeah, I would be
One of these
interested.
days.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
buy it
really
one
nice.
day.
Honestly, I think you would like the demon designs too.
What platforms is it on?
Oh, it's on Switch. It's Switch exclusive.
Oh, it's Switch exclusive. Okay.
Yeah, SMT5. It's for it can be tough. I know SMT has a reputation of being a hard game, but they do have easier difficulty. They have a casual one, and then if it's still a little too tough, there's always a safety one, safety difficulty, and then they have and if you want Japanese voice acting, they have that. Both those are free. They do have DLC for some other extra things. I know one of them is like spawning these. So it's like these demons called I think they're Mitamas, and they're basically like kind of like little grinding demons. I'm trying to remember the equivalent. I'm trying to think the equivalent. They're like the Audinos.
Yeah, you know, like as the butterfly embraces the Mitama.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're basically, you could just equate them to the Audinos in like Pokemon Black and White. But but I think I haven't bought it, but I heard from Florida that you can turn this off. So.
Gotcha. I'm in love with this buff to own tempo. That's incredible.
That's really nice, honestly.
Hey, Westerford, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, yo.
I crashed. Well, that's not good. You okay? Doing all right? Good to hear. Rude. You're not very good at getting out of the way either, cyclist, Kayla.
Psycholist.
Pikachu? They change Pikachu's cry like every game. Yep, own tempo did get buffed, Westerford. Now it negates Intimidate. Yep, that's incredible. Total wipe out.
Release the bogus.
It's 3 sky stickers B.
Stick cars.
So I can find my friend Bronzer here. Okay. Probably over here. How the fuck do I take the bike off? Okay.
Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do-do.
Full heal, cool. I know there's like a secret entrance to Wayward Cave somewhere around here. Maybe it's less secret now that the 3D perspective exists.
Oh yeah, probably.
Man, this is so much fun. I like Pokemon a lot, but I can't remember the last time I've had this much fun playing a Pokemon game. I do have Blonde Dawn. I like Blonde Dawn. Are you Bronzer? Yes. Usually I hate fighting these things, but this might be good. It looks like it's smiling at me, but I know that is not the case. What do I name this thing? There we go, I named it. This is an interesting team. No, it's definitely smiling. They're like, it's not definitely smiling, but I can see the smile as well. It's not just you. Let's put Sweetheart in the mix, I think. No, actually, we're about to fight a hiker. We'll keep not Gina Simmons. We'll get Pingu out. They do need to smile. We love happy Pokemon here. Pingu. Noot noot. Sure, tackle me with your base 40 attack stat, Onyx. What is the third gym? Veilstone City?
I think so.
Or is it Heart Home? They
No,
screwed,
it's Heart Home. I think it's Heart Home.
they changed the order between Platinum and Diamond and Pearl, so I'm not between Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, so I'm not sure which one they picked. Hey RJ, how you doing? Welcome back.
No, wait. I think it might be Veilstone because you have to go back to Heart Home. I think.
Yeah, I agree. Every time I run into a trainer Tyler, I definitely like, oh, that's me.
It's me.
Do 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 do. Oh, come on now. Goes Veilstone, Pastoria, Heart Home. Man, you really have to go back for Heart Home. Weird. Oh, and that means Fantina's gonna have the awful gym that she used to have.
The math one.
Yeah.
Yes, you do have.
Oh, I need strength to do this. Okay. I'm not strong. Should probably come back for this then. Poison Barb, cool. Oh, Veilstone and Pastoria are interchangeable. We have to go through Veilstone anyway, so like, there's no point in doing it out of order, I think. Why did my Pokemon shake there before the battle started?
Shake it.
Thank you for your service, Bidoof. Is that Barry? Oh, it's Lucas. Where's Barry?
Dead.
Isn't this always the Versus Seeker? Or no, he's gonna give me the dowsing machine too. The dowsing machine sucks. This is so inconvenient. Well, I'm never using that again. Let's put Sweetheart and Britney Spears in front for this. Actually, can Van Zeeks handle it themselves right now? Oh, it's heat proof. Okay, interesting. Confusion, Confused Ray, Payback, and a present. Oh, interesting. Interesting moves. Go for it, my Pokemon. I'll work hard too. God, I was thinking back to like, this isn't Greatest Attorney spoilers or anything, but I was thinking back to when I was playing Greatest Attorney and I had to do like this like German Bohemian accent, and I swear to God, I sounded like half German, half like fucking Bjork. It was
Yeah.
wild. My name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I'm going to sing you a song. A baby on the treetop. You know, like, oh, Bjork has such an interesting, unique voice. Nina and Brittany leveled up. Cool. Good job, Van Zeeks. Gyro Ball. I don't... Is Gyro Ball good?
It depends.
On Bronzer?
Bronzer.
I don't think so.
It is. I know Bronzong is slow.
It's really slow, but like the attack set is just not there.
Bronzong actually. Let me see. Actually, its attack is 10 points higher than its special attack.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Wouldn't have thought it.
It's worth. I think it's worth it.
Okay, so Bronzor and Bronzong have like shit. No, Bronzor has shit attack and special attack. And I don't know about Bronzong.
Okay, Bronzong is 89 and 79.
Mhm.
Okay,
Oh, that's way better.
attack yeah. And then let me see Bronzor actually. Bronzor is
24 and 24.
24. It was
So this isn't terrible. There are better steel type moves, but it's good temporarily? Maybe. What do I have? Let's see what I have. I can't remember. That's probably better than Imprison.
Yeah, it's probably better in prison.
Imprison sucks.
It's really hard. It's really weird to use because like you're not gonna know if they're gonna share the same move as you.
The best thing you can hope for is that you're playing against another Pokemon that's exactly like you.
Yeah.
Like the same species as you, and
I
then
can
like
maybe see
you know the
competitive,
strats.
but like you
Mhm.
know, everyone does things so differently. So it's like you know.
Yeah, because everybody runs Bronzong in competitive, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I want to see if I can check out the game corner, but I have to go through Heart Home first and then travel. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Heart Home, you could do contest stuff.
I could. But then I would have to make Poffins. And I don't have
You
the
don't
right...
have. They're
I don't
not
have-
required.
Are they not?
No, it's Poffins are only required. So I think for Feebas there is no prism scale, right? There is no prism scale, so you gotta do it the old-fashioned way by feeding it Poffins that max out its beauty. So, actually, you wanna? They replaced the game recorder. The game and stuff. They replaced it with like the clothing store, so you get the cute outfits. Yeah, but some of that I'm not gonna lie. Since you chose a female trainer, she got some cute outfits. Dawn got some cute outfits. Some nice.
What's up, Wales? That's right, it's me, Pokemon. However you say your name.
Himame! Let's go, gamers.
What's going on, Wales? How you doing? Good to see you. You're purple. You're always purple? Or is it... I feel like you're not always purple. You're purple on my end right now, so... Walking through the mountain, looking for the exit. Oh, Sandstorm. Sandstorm is like... Well, Sturdy is like the most annoying ability now. I hate it.
Yeah. It used to be like not annoying because it's like only situational.
Well, it used to be trash. Now it's like...
new in town.
Allison, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate
That's
it.
like way too good.
I was wondering when we were going to see you. According to one theory, Mount Coronet is where Sinnoh region began. In a newly created world, a world where only time flowed and space expanded, there should have been no strife. But what became of that world? Because the human spirit is weak and incomplete, strife has spread. This world is being ruined by it. I find the state of things to be deplorable. Wow, he didn't even have to ask me to stand aside.
It's like, move the fuck away, bitch. Don't talk to me.
Move, bitch. Get out the
Get
way.
out the way.
Get out the way,
99
bitch. That's a different song.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Got 99 problems with a
always
bitch ain't
just-
one, yeah.
Yeah, I just always hear it in
Mm-hmm.
tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yeah.
the word? Words are hard.
Move, bitch, get out the way was like the theme song of trying to get around in my high school. So congested.
Nice.
Move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Oh my god, I remember when Harlem Shake was a thing.
God.
My school, I think I think at one point it had like I forgot. I think it was like a end of the year thingy.
Mm-hmm.
They had like a little video, and then the teachers actually participated in the Harlem Shake. They did a Harlem Shake video.
We had the Running Man challenge when I was in high school, and we participated in that.
I don't remember what that is.
No, the running man challenge was fun. I can't really describe it though. You just kind of do like a little dance like you're running to like that one song like. That one.
Oh, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I remember that song.
You saw your teacher do the Harlem Shake when you just left the school forever. Oh my god.
I would have left school. Yeah, they made a video of that. I'm just like, no. I'm just like, oh no, cringe.
Cring.
Crinkle.
Crunch.
Crunch.
Excuse me, I'm trying to fight you. Actually, this would be a perfect opportunity for Van Zeke, so let me just get him in here.
So did you name him Bronzon Van Zeke because he's got a huge dump truck?
It just felt right. He's smart. He's defensive. Van Zeeks is honestly probably the smartest prosecutor in the games.
Oh my god, I'm trying to fight this boss and this bitch won't give me the time of day. It's like... Okay, now she noticed me.
For anybody being like, hey, you know, you could just use a bronze, you could just use a, you could go catch Bronzon later. No. What was that? What kind of fucking... Come on, man. You know what? I'm just gonna... Aw, that's cute, Rabbit.
Oh, that's cute.
That's a lot more wholesome than the senior pranks.
Oh yeah, true.
I love senior pranks are so funny, but they've gotten like stale. Like they just don't do a good job anymore. I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
Aww. So Licky Licky might end up being my fucking special attacker. That's so weird.
Well, that's weird. That is weird.
I mean, it's got good special attack. They're even actually, so it could do double. Give it like Thunderbolt and Flamethrower maybe. Are you hungry? I'll just give you food, dude. Yeah, there are.
Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus.
Solid plasma. Yeah, family all together. We can be as one. What's up, Plasma? How you
Solid.
doing?
What's up, game?
How
oh
was
my
your
god,
stream?
How many raids was that?
That's the
today?
4th raid tonight.
Oh my god, you're gonna break record? That'd be actually pretty nice.
What raid record?
Yeah.
My raid record is actually from Mario Party 5. It was 8. That was wild. How was Hades and Smash? I think you were playing earlier.
Days.
How are you, buddy? Dusa is Bay. Oh no, we're not doing no countermeasures right now, Whales. Because they're gonna. I don't want to get flagged for copyright until I make new ones.
Oh yeah, true. But safe and sound.
So we're putting a rain check on it. It got the VOD muted once, just a little bit. Fake mugshot. So funny. Du says, "Hey Sock Buzz, how are you? Good to see you." But how was your stream, bud? Hope you had a great time. We love having you here. Just give me 1 sec, I'll show you guys the team.
The team.
We're starved for food now. We're starved for. Well, I will give you food, dude. How goes BDSP? Oh, you know. No, it's
Oh,
good.
you know, smiley face.
Yeah, it goes good actually. So here's our team. We got Oh, can't. Okay. So we got Van Zeeks, the bronzer. It actually has a neutral nature apparently. I didn't check that. We've got Britney Spears, the Skorupi. You know, she's toxic. Sweetheart, the Rhyhorn. That's a really bad nature for Rhyhorn. Holy shit.
Wow, that is kind of PP.
I've never checked that. How do I already have a Drifloon? I caught one.
Yeah.
I literally sold my time in the underground until I could go back to Valley Windworks and get one. It's Friday after all.
Friday.
Friday, gotta get down on Friday. This is Gina Simmons, the Licky. Nina, the Drifloon. And Pingu.
Pingu.
Yeah, it's available as soon as Friday hits. It's all day. Great stuff. Yeah, but this is the team so far. I think because of the way I haven't played a Pokemon game since Gen 7 Moon. So what I might do actually, since they're doing this experience all thing, I might do like more than I might do more than 16 members and just kind of shuffle them out. So I think that'd be fun too. Did I clear Galactic folks yesterday? Yes. Well, I say yesterday as it was the same stream. I started streaming at 8 and we're still gone. Probably will still go for a decent amount of time, honestly. Well, I mean, it's a remake, so like I know what the Elite Four are, so I'm not worried about that. But the game's been fantastic so far, honestly. This is the most fun I've had playing a Pokemon game in a very long time. What's here? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, hop on call out if you
Yeah.
whenever you want.
Come on. Hey, come on in.
Oh wow, the critical hit still did 1 damage.
Kitty, what is it?
You don't need to be afraid, Farron. If I'm in the correct voice channel, then like people can just jump in. They don't need to. You don't need to worry. The one thing I don't really have a counter for is water types right now. Is this a rest? Oh, this is the Berry Master's house, okay. I'll plant these berries back. This feels like the right thing to do. Blackberries. I mean, $60 is just the standard at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's personally reasonable, but I can completely understand. I'm excited to have you here with us. It's been so long since I've played a Pokemon game and had this much fun. Because I didn't finish Moon. Not because it was bad, it's just like, I don't know, I got busy and then like, yeah, life happens. I got Papa Berry. Oh, you can actually buy the stuff here? Cool. I forgot to get the spray duck. Oh, it's an Altiste, you and I. Let us create a scene, a fantastic tableau of battle. Oh, for sure. It regresses in a lot of ways. Yeah, no, it absolutely, it does regress quite a bit. Ooh. In terms of like what Platinum changed, it changed back, even if it was even if what Platinum did was better. Disable? No. Bonsai! Bonsai! I miss Wi-Fi Plaza, man.
Those were the days.
Yeah, probably, but I mean, they're not completely incorrect. Like, from a business sense, it's smart. Is that Fantina? No, it's just like a lady. Hello, Maniri. Oh, it's Kira. I think that's Kira. Is that her name? Yep.
Kiara, I think, maybe.
Oh,
Or is it Kira?
It was negative. I don't know if it was very negatively received. It would have been fine if the National Dex thing didn't become a controversy for literally no reason. It's like not even really a controversy.
It's not that bad, honestly.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, this game is good. Don't get me. I like this game. Oh, this isn't the fan club. Yeah. I honestly, one of my favorite things in the world was what Black and White did by making you use the new Pokemon. Exactly. There's so many Pokemon at this point. You can't realistically put everything in every game. Thank you for the Poffin case, friend. This song's a banger.
Kitty, what? Kitty is on my lap. Again.
Wow, only Nina and Pingu.
Noop noop. Only the noop noop. Oh yeah, the fucking walk is like,
Oh, this Pokemon's not cute enough. I think I'm like, what? It's dumb.
Route 209? Was I just on Route 209? If not, I have not heard it. Ooh, TM45 Attract. Had this game freeze on them 3 times. I haven't heard anything like that. Nothing like that has happened to me.
I've not heard cases like that. I've heard it's like glitchy because I saw someone on my following. He was doing yeah, Smallin. He was doing like a glitch, a speed run. Brilliant Diamond and Pearl. I forgot their order.
Ooh, the spooky plate would be pretty good if Drifloon didn't have Unburden.
Oh. Rip.
Yeah, I know about the speed runs and shit.
The speed ran.
Autosave softlock? Oh, that's terrible. Amity Square seems barren. Like, there's not really much here. Like, I think I've already seen everything. There you are. Hello, Fantina. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please, excusez-moi. Are you entering the Super Contest show? Oh, enjoy yourself, please. Incidentally, Fantina, the Altum gym leader, also happens to be a Super Contest show expert. And you may ask yourself, how do I know this? Well, I am Fantina. You may challenge me, but not yet. You must become much stronger. Then you may challenge me. I got an ethereal sticker sequel.
Time to do them Pokemon seals. Them Pokemon seals. Kitty.
I got a dress. Cool. I think I might do contests at a later point, but not right now.
Oh, okay.
Apapo. Oh. Hey, ass face. So, kill me waiting again, Smile. Let's see how much tougher you and I have gotten right here and now. Hey, your trainer and I expect to be ready for a battle. No whining, no waiting. Let's get the show started. Yeah, I haven't gotten around. I'm not ready yet. I would like to wait a little bit. Besides, I'm kind of concerned about making a Manda for the game corner.
Fair enough.
Oh right, there's no game corner. Well, where am I supposed to get? Oh, that's right. Where am I supposed to get the TMs like Thunderbolt and shit?
I think they relocated them to the store.
Oh, okay. Well, that's even better.
Yeah, they relocated them to the store if I remember correctly.
Hey, David, how you doing? Endeavor. Bullshit. Yeah, like I don't think I'm ready to set up the ball capsules. I just watched Zon finish Jockey's Like a Dragon. How was it? Was it good? Oh, right. Oh, that's right. Bronzer has more weaknesses now.
Uh-oh, stinky.
I forgot that they made Steel not resist Dark anymore. Oh shit, why did I do that? I feel like Hex might be too situational for me to use, unless I can set up Toxic Spikes. I know. Pokemon tripping their ass face. Oh, I see. I'm like 12 years old. Jesus Christ, I leaned back too far in my chair. I thought the damn thing was gonna fall over.
Oh, Jesus, you good?
I'm good. It wouldn't have fallen over. It's an office chair, but it just it felt like it was about to. It probably would be smart to switch out, but you know what? I think I got this. Wait. Oh, never mind. Stop using Flame Charge. Ugh.
Nothing feels more accomplishing than being able to clip your cat's nails.
Oh my god, yeah, I can imagine.
I try to catch her when she's sleeping, but at the most I can only really get like 1 or 2 nails before she gets really fussy. She's like, no. So I just trimmed 2 of them right now. Like, yes, but
Rabbit, I should be good. I'll figure it out. I mean, I played the originals. Don't you
you
need?
just have to do a contest, right? Or-
You have to do a contest. Well, I'll do that later.
I actually don't really remember.
I don't think you have to do a contest. I thought you just had to what am I trying to say?
I forgot. Did you really name Barry Ass Face?
Yeah.
I like Barry.
I don't have a problem with Barry. I just thought it was funny. Okay, I do. Barry does kind of annoy me sometimes because like his personality is like the exact opposite of mine. But like, I don't actually have like any real problems with Barry.
I actually used to have a crush on Barry, so yeah.
Aww.
Yeah. So, and then, oh my god, when Sun and Moon came out, that it was Gladion. Embarrassing.
I think I remember you in your Gladion phase.
Oh, you did. I remember that. Oh, I remember I was like, when like the new Sun of episode came out with Gladion, I could talk screenshots, use this icons. I'm like, wow, why did I do this? This is so creepy in hindsight. Honestly, I think best rival is probably
And
N. Yes. Yeah, same thought. Yes. I like Barry because he doesn't fuck around. You bump into him, you battle, he doesn't want to talk to you. Yeah, yo.
didn't Hao have like 0 personality outside of Masaladas? Or
Yeah,
Malamars or whatever. Hey, Yak, how you doing?
There's a little more to it, but you have to talk to like NPCs.
Mm.
Kind of. They showed a little. I think in fucking Ultra Sumo.
Mhm.
I was like, it took me a bit. I think they showed a little more of that, which is good because he kind of needed it. I feel like they wanted to do more with Hal, but like they couldn't. They just didn't have the time, or they just didn't have the space, or whatever. Yeah.
Rabbit, thank you for giving that stuff to Yakio. Very sweet of you. Hal was not Louis. Would you say that he was Louis Yikes, or? I should put Louis and Louis Yikes as follower emotes. Fargo. Wow, now you have a sub to this place.
Yeah, finally.
It's a
about
shame.
time.
Well, it's a
bitch.
shame, yeah. He's frowning. Hi, do you want a Pokemon egg? Yeah. What's in that egg? I can't even remember. Yeah, Yak does have a founder's badge. I can't imagine that. You can reply to
Her?
yourself. What did you say? What's up, Rosie? Thought you said something.
I even forgot what I said. Oops.
Oops.
Goldfish memory.
Yeah, me too.
I took a bite of my pear and I was like, wait,
Oh,
what'd I say?
You have a pair?
Yeah.
Nice.
And that cuts him off for me, cause he got his cataract surgery. He's doing fine now, but like he has to he's going back to work next Wednesday. So I think mom's gonna just drop him off and then pick him up. But I think after a month he has to go back to the doctors and then and then they're probably gonna prescribe him new glasses now. Despair? Yeah, I
answer
got
the man.
despair. Here we go. That was a
Yeah,
crime.
I got despair of balls.
Hey!
I'm so stupid. I don't want to carry this egg around, but I don't know what's in it.
Oh my god, paper. Sorry. Yes. The pair got cataract surgery.
The doctor at work?
These pair of nuts.
These nuts. Got him.
Got him.
Where does this go?
Fuck your mom. Very mature.
I'm new in town.
Big Comic, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? The golden days. Man, yeah. I remember my life before Danganronpa.
Back in.
You got a shiny Voltorb tonight? Nice.
Yeah, I saw. That was pretty dope.
Fuck yeah, Yak. Yeah, I remember my life before Danganronpa. I don't remember my personality pre-Ace Attorney. Yeah, glad to have you with us. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Britney Spears is the wrong choice for this. Glad to hear it. You named it Torsion. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm really loving this game, so just in a good mood. It has sturdy. Well, that makes me less in a good mood.
Third day.
They're not all named after musicians, yeah. But I named it Britney Spears because she's toxic. She has toxic spikes.
Yeah, let's go.
And because Paper Star suggested it and I thought it was really funny. Pichu. Oh, well, I know who to use for this. Beyonce? Like that sticker that you... Keanu?
Reeves?
It's Nick. I'm fighting Nick. Rip Nick. Badoo. Beyonce, I'm so sorry that an ugly ass bitch like that would even say that.
I forgot about that.
You're just mad because a lot of people tell me I look like Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. You know who you look like? You look like Luther Vandross. That's such an iconic. Hottie was awful. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hello. Bibano. This is a good song. Paperstar, you didn't strike me as a fan of that show. What's that show called? I can't remember. It's not Bad Girls Club, is it? Oh, shite. Flavor of Love, that's what it was called. Starring Flavor Flav, yep. I remember now.
Town.
Flavor Flav.
Flavy Flav. Flavor.
Didn't he run for president? Oh no, that was Waka Flocka, my bad.
Waka Flocka.
Samina mina, Waka Flocka, Samina mina, Sangalewa, Anawa, you know.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
I love that song, honestly.
I've forgotten a lot of songs.
No, Paperstar, you can't hide from me. I know you're reality show trash. Now I know.
You cannot escape it.
Yes, Private? What's up? Do you have a TV show that you didn't think you'd end up watching, but you did anyway? Does SNL count? No, I'm just kidding.
Enough.
I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of TV in a while.
No, see.
My parents, you know what? Actually, my parents were watching Fabulous Lives of Bollywood Wives, and like I didn't think I'd be interested in it, but like holy shit!
Listen, it's Bollywood. It's always spicy.
I tell you what, they have drama. Rich ass people with so much 90 Day Fiance. Oh my god, my dad loves 90 Day Fiance.
Oh my god.
But like, Angela was a mess. Fuego en la sangre. Still think about it, nice. Let me register the fishing rod. Let's do some fishing.
Fish.
Fish. B-stars? Oh, gotcha. Every History Channel bullshit. Oh my god. Animal Planet. Hillbilly hand fishing. I know about that one. Oh my god, you just unlocked a memory. Am I going the right way? I feel like I'm not going the right way. I think I'm going to Salacion Town. Yeah, crunch and munch. Aww. Murder. Mug brownies in the microwave. Oh, nice. And you didn't make me one? Come on. SMH my head, dude. I really need to stop pairing these two together in double battles. Yeah, don't we love Rhyhorn? I've never... Except for Prinplup, I've never used any of these before. Team is highly based. Thank you, thank you. No, but I probably should, huh? 3 Flora stickers E. Shoutouts to Gina. I'm glad you like that. Yeah, I ran into a bunch of stuff in the underground. I was like, I have to. You do jog at 2 in the morning. Good. I know you're joking, but... Man, jogging is something I should do more. I should be more fit. Man, I miss when these kids, like, had an actual sprite of a Pikachu. Why did it zoom in for half a second? I don't understand the choice to zoom into these Funko Pop-ass people. I like cardio, actually. Black and white remake with Funko Pop. Oh no.
Oh my god. Curse.
I don't know when the fuck Bronzer evolves, but Jesus, this is gonna be a long road.
Actually, hold on, let me check. 33.
33. Oh, that's
yeah, we got a little bit.
actually that's shorter than I thought it would be. I thought it evolved at like 40.
Thank God it didn't. Thank God it's not.
Hypnosis? Well, it's probably better than one of the moves I have. No, it's actually not. I don't need that badly. 60% accuracy? Nah. Poor thing. The animations in this game, I have to say, are really cute. You got a shiny bronzy buddy if you want some swag. Nice. Hoping someday I run into a shiny organically. Heat proof. I'm not picky, I'm taking what I'm given. Do you, David? You prefer your shinies farm raised? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh boy. Oh right, Mime Jr.'s part fairy now. I was wondering why that wasn't doing so much damage. I'm faster than this thing? Oh my god. Should buy a lottery ticket. Yeah, I haven't seen a full odds, full frontal odds shiny in a really long time. Well, since not that long, since ORS. Snap out of it. Thank you. Ghastly, nice. Incredible. I'm not dealing. Oh, actually, wait, it's poison type. I can do this. Colossal from the Dynamax Adventures in Mr. Nice. I have a shiny. My first shiny ever was a Corsola. So it was a blue Corsola. Pretty cool, actually. And then my second shiny was a Diglett that I did not catch. And then I went a long time without seeing one until eventually I ran into a shiny Wormpole in ORS. Do y'all remember when X and Y came out and there was a glitch in the game that made it a really rare chance that a Pokemon could appear in like a monochrome, like black and white version?
Whoa, that's real. Whoa, really?
It was a glitch. It was a glitch, and they patched it out. But I thought it was really cool.
Oh man.
Cowgirl Shelly, why do you have 5? No, you are not the only one who thinks that. My god, let me get rid of this stupid paralysis. Some that look bad, but there's some with no sense of color coordination. Yeah. I'm happy for you, yeah. I feel like it's just a rule that if you get the shiny, you gotta use the shiny. Britney Spears, yeah. Knockoff is straight up better than Bite. I'm so glad they buffed Knockoff. I don't care how long it takes to get through this battle. I want Enzeeks to level up at least a little bit. Didn't use the bronzer because Steelix carried you so hard. Aw, yeah, no, that makes sense. It's been interesting because I mentioned this earlier. I've been trying to use new things, so like I've never used any of these except for Prinplup before. I thought IVs were unchangeable, but EVs were what you could use super training. Oh no, hyper training is for IVs, my bad, yeah. And he's got that gong, he's like they got that gong, yeah. What did you just realize, Polter? Polte. I don't think so, no. Is it gonna try defense scroll rollout? That's cute. I don't know if Arceus will need it. Arceus, yeah. I don't like that pronunciation. I know they did it so they wouldn't have to say arse, but like, come on. Archus. Infuriating, no. Not bad without the hat, gotta say. Come on. Young couple. I need to buy more healing items. Of course, I don't think there's a shop in Solaceon Town. Ooh.
Ah!
Oh, welcome back.
My internet had the big, or more like, oh my god. I'm forgetting what the words are.
Sorry. It's okay. It happens. I'm just laughing at you, like Yak said. They'll hit movements like Peach and Double Dash.
Oh my god.
It's true. It really is. Oh my lord.
Sometimes my Wi-Fi adapter has a big strokey and does not connect, so I just have to restart it. So
It happens.
sometimes.
Peach do be twerking a little bit. No, Peach be going full Shakira when she's racing in Double Dash.
Exactly. I agree.
God, that fucking LP is so funny. I love Polter's Double Dash LP. Oh god, these two remind me of Pat and Rolly Beat. Oh Pat, oh Rolly.
Oh, Rolly. Yeah.
It's true. Wanted to see what's going on in here. Okay. I forgot what I named, whatever the fuck I named this Houndoom. Wahandrilla. Okay, I am going the right way. Oh, there is a mart here. Oh, thank God. I need to buy some things for my Pokemon to eat. I need some balls. Give me some potions and balls. And potions and balls. Give me some potions and balls. Potions, balls, and everything. Na, na, na. Potions, balls, and balls and potions. Potions, balls. Do I need a net ball? No, but I should take some dusk balls. Those are great. You're so fiery, Mad. You're fiery, Bowser. What did Mario Kart do? Yes. No. Oh, yes, that is how towns work. Oh, they changed it from nursery, from daycare to nursery. Weird. Aspberry berries, those for freeze, I think. Raspberry, what is that? A corn berry over there? No pineapple, okay. Yeah, the most useful berry, the aspberry berry. One day I'll hit the correct button. No, I think these two are doing fine together. Those two twins up there, I used to like train off of them all the time. They were really fun to fight. They would use like Clefable and Wigglytuff if you kept fighting them. Oh right, he had a Happini. Stop. Alright, get out of there, Van Zeeks. Actually, no, yeah, that's... Man, it has been a long time since I've streamed a game this long without an intermission, I think. No, did I take it in? I can't remember if I took an intermission for Bayo or not.
Not that I remember.
I did? Okay, yes. Dude, do you know me? I got energy to spare sometimes. Why do you have Aerial Ace? Bitch. Hey Aiden, how you doing? Good to see you. What's going on? You're here? Well, that's good. I'm glad you're here. I hope you can go from just here to good as soon as possible. Oh, sheesh. Parent and child power couldn't get the job. Oh, yeah, that's right. They're Ma and Pa, or they're like Pa and daughter or whatever. Y'all know by now that I'd be like this. Terry and Tia. Quentin, Terry, Tina. Tia, I don't know. Get out of there, Van Zeeks. As long as Sweetheart's out, electricity won't do anything. So How's the mods going? Pretty good. We're on our way to fight the 3rd gym leader. Do I have class today? No. I'm off on Fridays completely. Perks of writing your own schedule for work and class, I guess. I can't remember if Clefairy is normal still. Well, we're gonna find out. It is not. Trying to raise a Togekiss as long. Oh, nice. That'd be fantastic. Baton Pass is such a great move. You going for a full competitive team, Yakio, or just doing some strats for the hell of it? We too couldn't win.
Probably, maybe Battle Tower stuff.
Battle Tower, yeah. Stuff is hard.
I've never properly done the battle.
I bet you that egg that I put in the PC has a Togepi.
It probably did.
Yeah. Khalil. Might join some fight nights, nice.
Oh, nice. Now it's my turn to have to go to pee. To be fair, I'm drinking Dr. Peppers, yeah.
Oh, Papa Pep. Or Papa Pep. Dr. Pep.
Daddy Pepper.
He's a doctor,
Yes.
not a dad.
True. He could be both. You never know.
I guess. You really don't know.
Okay, that.
Daddy Pepper. Oh, Lord. What did I say earlier? I meant to say Onyx Party and I said Onyx Orgy. That happened. Joy-Con? Oh my god. There you go. Alright, Banzies, hopefully you can take out this Happini. Or Happiny, I don't know how the fuck you say that.
I have finished the peeing.
Nice. I swear, is it the right Joy-Con that people have issues with the desync? They didn't fix that for the OLED, apparently.
Oh. Oh, you know what? I think so, yeah. Sometimes I have that.
Mm-hmm.
you have that problem? Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Oh.
A couple times tonight, but it's not a huge deal.
Yes. If I just reset it, then it's fine.
Hmm. That's awesome, yeah. Sorry, this battle is such a stalemate. I don't know what to talk about.
Oh, it's a breeder.
Yeah, it's just this. It's just this happening. I don't really have anything that will like actually do a lot of damage to it.
Oh, okay. Because it's very tight now.
Mm-hmm.
No. Was she very tight now? I forgot.
I think it is, but like Gyro Ball's not super effective,
Yeah, true.
and it keeps missing too. I thought Chansey and Blissey were all fairies. Huh.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay. They're normal now. Okay,
Oh.
might just maybe it's just Clefairy. Clefairy.
Why does it have minimize? Oh my god, double team strats.
Team Strats. Poggies.
I can't do this right now. Dina, get out here.
I thought you were like, I can't do this when I said fucking Poggies.
No. I don't care about that. Isn't Stomp is better than Horn Attack? No, it's the same. But
I think Stomp has the flinch.
Stomp has the flinch chance, yeah. Plus, if an opponent uses Minimize, like what just happened to me, Stomp does double damage.
Oh yeah, true.
Hey Tiggs, how you doing? Illy too.
Hey Tiggs.
What is going on, my friend? Yes, it does minimize bypass. I feel that. I feel that so hard, but you can do it. I believe in you. Glad to be of service. Milk? What? No, I wanted milk.
That moo moo
No,
milk.
I wanted milk, not this.
I wanted milk, not milk. There you go.
Milk, not milkers. Oh lord. Listen, I have mental problems. We know that.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Pingu. You must win to earn the milk. Oh, okay. Oh, of course you landed on Thunder Punch, bitch. Oh my god. Emil used a Clefairy in his Platinum LP, I think.
Yeah, he did.
I think it served him pretty well.
Oh shoot, I forgot what it was named. Oh, Supernova. That's what he did.
Mm-hmm. I
I remember.
Mm.
I should know because like I love his platinum LP is like one of my favorites. So
It's a good LP. Is my Prinplup getting over leveled?
maybe a little.
Because it just said it was dozing off.
No, oh no, it's just no. You know what? It's the affection
Oh.
mechanic.
How do you get
they-
affection in this one?
It's like the friendliness thing.
Oh, okay. It just happens?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the friendship thing. Yeah, it's the thing they introduced in like X and Y.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, like they hung on for you and stuff like that. Yeah.
I need that moo moo.
Give me that boo boo boo.
Mm. I really need to get Vanseeks out of front. My man can't do anything without Gyro Paul. Why do you have Stone Edge? It's like we're on Gym 2. Gina! Yeah. Van Zeeks must spin to win, but he has no more spin. Brittany too. Just gotta solve the puzzle. Yeah, unfortunate. A group of pill pushers? This is Wheel of Fortune, Joe. Okay, Collector Fernando. Wow, actually, that didn't do anything. Oh, you're not smart. Oh, that was really dumb of you. Okay, well, you know what? I still got the toxic spikes off, so
Nice. No, why'd you miss?
what are you playing? Still more SMT?
Yeah, I'm trying to do spots
Nice.
for less. Yeah.
what if I can't? And what if my demon's missed? And I was like, no. Very sad. Why can myself to do this? It's very fun, but also very frustrating sometimes. Don't worry. When it gets really, it is fun, but it's like CBT sometimes.
Of course it is. It's always CBT.
Yes.
Did we say that Bronzer evolves at level 32?
33.
Well, that's a lot closer than than we thought it would be, because, like, he's doing pretty well. He's gained 10 levels since I caught him, and he was the last one I caught.
Kitty is on my lap again.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm buddy.
Bronzong is broken in this game? Oh, I can't wait. I've never used one before. I'm so excited. I just don't know what strategy to use.
Ron is dog shit. I fucked up the joke.
Yes, you did. Yes,
Yes,
did.
I did. Damn it. Very sad. Oh, now she's off my lap.
Van
Ava
Zix
was
is
so
growing.
sad that I fucked up that she left. She left my lap.
It's raining. Not even men. The nerve.
Hallelujah.
It's raining men. Amen.
Amen. I'm gonna go out.
Yeah, Togekiss is fantastic.
Get absolutely soaking wet. Now that Togekiss is a fairy type, I'm sure it completely smacks Cynthia's guard type. We'll see.
Yeah, no. Pigs, I've said this a couple times this stream, but I'm trying to use things that I've never used before. And I think I've ended up building a pretty cool team. Although it does have some weak spots that we need to address by TMs.
By some by Toms.
Toms. Fucking sturdy. Oh man, I kind of wish it hit with takedown. It would have actually killed it. TM, yep.
TM.
Van Zeeks grew. He wants to learn Safeguard. Actually, it's not terrible, but it's not better than anything I have right now. I guess I don't know if I should make Van Zeeks a support Pokemon. Yeah, probably. I probably should make it support. But it still should be able to do something. I'm still working this out. I think... I really don't see myself using Confuse Ray all that much with Bronzong, but... I guess I can grind hard skills if it's anything, if I have regrets.
That's true.
What were you gonna say, though?
I was gonna say payback having a ghost as a dark type move is redundant, but then I realized, oh wait, it's confused, right? It's different. Oof, that's a status move.
Yeah. I might just get rid of Confuse Ray and deal with the consequences of that thing. Oh, I didn't mean to open up the contest next. Jesus. Yeah, I know. It's great. Yeah. You mean ether? Shut up, bitch. I don't understand. I've never actually seen whatever clip that is. I just know Tim quotes it. Oh, good. Payback. Am I normally a VTuber? I have a PNG tuber, but because I completely forgot to switch over the browser source to show a different voice channel because I'm in a different voice channel than the one I usually use. Because
Are you using Discord reactive images?
I am. I'm using StreamKit, I think. So
I think Discord reactive images should just let it so it's just you just have the browser source and it just lets you go in any VC.
I need to fix that and probably use that instead because that's really nice. But yeah, because I'm in the voice chat that I want people to be able to join in, I am foregoing the PNG tuber today.
I think you can use both at the same time.
I'll keep that in mind.
You just gotta have two separate browser sources. That's really it. So.
Yeah, I use StreamKit directly, so that's the thing. I didn't know that you could. I didn't think about doing a second StreamKit, but that makes sense.
Like one for Discord reactive images and then one for the StreamKits.
I was also just thinking of putting in like the list of people in the call if I'm in this one instead.
Oh yeah, sure.
Man, Gina's got so much HP. This team, bless you.
I think
Gazoon tight. This team has a little bit of everything, I feel like. I don't know. It's unusual.
That's nice.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I will follow you back as soon as the stream's over.
I want to do my streams, but it's just that last month was busy. Also on vacation, and then this month is going to be busy too. But I would count that as my stream, kind of. But I want to try and stream more and get over my my performance anxiety because I have that real bad. And it's pee pee poo poo. So
I had that too. This really helps. What am I doing? Oh, right. I was switching Pokemon because I don't have any more Muddy Water. Go Pingu.
I guess another thing is I would love to stream Switch games, but like I just don't have the setup for it. I also don't have a capture card.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I just bought this one. Hopefully it goes on sale again soon.
Yeah. I think it's actually still on sale in on Best Buy, but like it's unavailable at the stores because it's really popular. If you're wanting it, it's good.
Nina. Man, Nina's really strong now.
You know, I always kind of wanted to use the Ambi Palm. Or like do like a normal type run.
It's time. Oh, I didn't know this was coming now.
He evolved. Is it he or she?
She. I think everyone except for Prinplup and Bronzong is female.
Oh really?
Yeah, Balloony. Phantom Force. Really?
Oh yeah, it learns Phantom Force. It was like a
It's like Light Shadow Force.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. So should I get rid of Hex for that? I feel like Shadow Ball has its own uses, but I don't see myself using Hex very much.
Yeah, Hex. Yeah, Hex.
I can change my mind later. I don't really care.
True.
Fist plate. Oh boy. Aw, good for you, Nina. I love my Pokemon so much. They're my babies. Guard spec. I think that's supposed to be special, and I never knew.
I think it. I don't remember actually.
God. That reminds me. I was talking about this earlier. Back when my server had Groovy in it, that's what I named the was the music bot. I named it, and I need to name the new music bot that too. I love that noise. So good. What are you? I didn't see you. Nathaniel. Oh, Krogan. Well, Krogan's probably very happy with the rain right now. Damn. Figured out that I have heat proof and not levitate. Unfortunate. Hell yeah, sweetheart. Man, I really hope that... Oh, my phone is dead. Whoops. I really hope that Bronzer learns Psychic by level up. That would be nice. God, this game is so much fun. It does. Okay, it does, but it takes a while. I can wait it out, but I just hope it happen. I was just hoping it happened someday. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I've been enjoying this game so much. I forgot I could have this much fun playing a Pokemon game.
I hate to be the actually. But it does not learn that a level up. It learns block, but it learns. I know it's really weird.
Maybe I think Bronzong it might learn Psychic.
Bronzong does not learn Psychic. It does learn Extrasensory.
Really, Extrasensory is gonna be the best I have unless I get the TM. That sucks.
Well, I mean, it's honestly it's 80 power. I think they buffed it, didn't they?
Oh, did they buff Extrasensory? Then it's fine.
Yeah.
Because it used to have like 60.
Yeah, so I remember. We got and Bronzer does learn Extrasensory.
Oh, good. They let me bypass the little animation. Hey, Shockwave. Can't one of my Pokemon learn that?
I think I can.
Oh, most of them. No, that's tracked. Oh, none of them can learn that. No, that's Volt Switch. Never mind. No.
Oh, you
no.
know, I think it's Rhydon that can learn.
Ooh,
Shockwave.
This is an interesting conundrum. Yeah, I would buy the Psychic TM for sure, but like, I'm not sure where that becomes available. Shockwave. Let's see.
Shankwave.
Of course, it's only one, and TMs are single use again. Let me look at the stats here. You can find Psychic twice for free. Oh, really? Okay, good. Well, you can't learn, so... Gina Simmons or Driftblim would probably be the best. I mean, it gets you thinking, Yakio, if nothing else. It's just like, I hate feeling like I've made I hate feeling like I might have made a mistake, is all.
I think, I kind of agree with that take, but I think Sword and Shield did the right thing and like made some moves,
Yeah.
some TMs like infinite use, and then other like TMs change into like single use ones, so they're like technical TRs, I think. So I think I like that approach a little more.
I'm starting to feel like Nina might be the best choice for Shockwave. Look at that special attack. Like, I think she'll just get more use out of it. Nope. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of Focus Energy for Shockwave.
Yeah, focus energy is not. It's kind of.
Because I'm gonna give this guy Calm Mind anyway at some point.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll probably get rid of Safeguard for that, honestly. Because I need something for Crasher Wake.
Yeah, you kind of do. You only really have Grass Knot, which you could learn. You got like 5 of them.
Nina, I think, is the best choice for this. Going the wrong way.
Hey SpongeBob, you're going the wrong way.
I always go to work this way.
You're not going to work today. We're gonna play hooky.
Jim Craver style Mad Monkey. That is a fantastic description. A must buy on Bronzy, yeah. I guess there's no reason I can't. Oh, there's 2 of them? Oh. There's no reason for me to not teach it now. Bad place to have a Monferno, Jesus. Not Bulldoze, Smackdown. Thank God for heat proof right about now.
Oh, does your Ronder have?
Yes. Oh shit, look, it's Gyarados. You get out of there, Rhyhorn, and let's get Nina out here. Why did you... Okay. It's like they read me. Huh. Wow. Feels weird. It is a fantastic... I love that Gyarados. Oh, I love that animation for Shockwave, actually. No, but I've always loved Gyarados' design. Just absolutely spectacular. So intimidating.
Gyarados is honestly still one of the best.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, I think Drifblim might become like the powerhouse of this team, honestly. Literally the mitochondria of my team. Oh, did we make it? Oh, thank God. Oh, good, and no one's standing in front of the department store like Barry would probably be doing. Who was that? Oh, it was May or May and Brendan that stood in front of the department store. Forgot about that, yeah. Man, shout out to May and Brendan for just stopping, no longer being your rival after a certain point, but before their starter could fully evolve.
I know, right? Crazy.
So dumb. Do you, Paper Star?
Papier star.
Papier étoile, I guess. Étoile papier, I don't know. Mayo, hey, how was your stream, bud? How was American Truck Simulator? Hope you had fun. Welcome everyone, welcome in. Oh, I can count now. Oh, thank God, I was unable to do that before. How's everyone doing tonight? Good to see you all.
Hey. Oh shit, it's Maya. What's up?
Yeah, it's Mayo. I always forget I have a shoutout command. Thank you, Farron, for being better at this than I am. Your truck flipped over. Incredible. Oh, wow, you really just can buy these now.
Yeah, that's where they
And they're cheap as shit, too.
Yeah, I know. You already get Psychic. Just slap it on.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh, I might just replace Shockwave, which I just taught Nina, with Thunderbolt.
Nice.
I don't know. Because Shockwave doesn't miss, and that has its applications.
That is true.
Oh, you're reading through Weird Al store locations that are starting. Oh, cool. That'd be fun. Might as well just teach this man Calm Mind as well and get rid of Safeguard. We didn't use it, that's okay. Say goodbye to Charm. Weird Al is somebody that I've always wanted to see. That'd be fun. Stealth Rock, I can learn that. Stealth Rock might be interesting for Sweetheart.
Ooh.
Pokemon is great. I am really loving it. I'll figure this out. I'll save Stealth Rock for now.
Yeah, you can probably sit on it.
No, I'll save on that for now. We'll think about it later. 7.5 hours into the game. Yeah, we're it's like we're just in Veilstone, so I'm picking up these TMs, you know, seeing what I can do. I'm just amazed that you can just buy these for money now. That's great. Game Corner who?
Don't know her.
Dude, what if I just gave Bronzong Solar Beam? It's surviving pretty much anything. Oh, nothing can learn Dazzling Gleam? That's unfortunate.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, in the older games, remember, these prices are accurate to breakable TMs. When the TMs became infinite use, they became way more expensive.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But the fact that you can just, like I said, you can just buy these. I want to see if Gina can learn Flamethrower. Oh man, I wish I was going to MagFest. Next, 2023 is going to be the year.
I know, right?
You have 2 shows? What?
Oh my god.
I'm missing that? Are you kidding me? I'm so sad. Who am I going to send this time to go watch?
MagFest seems so fun.
It's a lot of fun.
I've only gone to anime conventions, don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
Anime's nice, and I like it.
Is anime that nice? Text me deets, but like I'm not.
Sometimes.
I'm not going to MagFest this year. Why did it? Please send me the details. Oh no, I don't want it. Rock Tomb has 60 power. I could. Mark, what are you yesing? Oh.
Yas.
Yeah, no, I won't spoil it, don't worry. Oh, you got your email from Jeff? Oh, thank God. He hasn't forgotten you. He'd be wise to not forget the people who made him big. I guess I can go fight Maylene now. Banzeeks is in front as we want. Hey, Lucas. Bye, Lucas. I think this is, actually, now that I think about it, I think this is my first time ever playing as the girl in a Pokemon game. It's nice. What is this? This isn't the punching bag shit from before. Sting? Imagine, oh lord. Why Sting? So confusing. Man, Plasma, have you here? Remember suffering in the platinum version of this gym for like ages? It is incredible. I don't know, Tiggs, honestly. I will never be able to understand that myself. Yeah. You know where Crush 40? You know what does have Crush 40? Magfest. Well, they did that one time. Probably swap you out before things get too heated. Good. I was worried, you know, Mark. You really had me going for a second.
Did Mark email him just so he can get stuff for?
No, Jeff emailed Mark.
What the heck?
I know.
Great.
Mark got clout, let's be real.
Damn, Mark do peeking.
And Jeff Keighley, like, is that dude who hosts the Game Awards.
I know that.
No, Tiggs asked.
Oh, okay. I do that. Tiggs.
Hey Tiggs, did you know that you're like the coolest?
The hottest.
I don't know why that caught me off guard. Raphael. Metatite.
Metatitty.
Yeah. I see the animation for Calm Mind has not changed in years. Metatitty, yeah. What the fuck? It is a great animation. Mind reader, why? Am I still underleveled? That's wild. Not settings, dumbass. This is like a maze or something? What's going on here? I fail to understand what I'm supposed to be doing, but okay, I'm just gonna fight every trainer. Blank, 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 blank. The punching bags make your sense. The punching bags are rough. They really just made all of the gyms better in Platinum. And then we're like, we don't need that.
It's just so strange. I feel like this remake was maybe 2.
Whales, I'm gonna K-word you, Whales.
Oh my god. Where's our escape?
You just got out of No Nagito November, and now we're gonna have to do without Whales with December.
Kid. Yeah.
Bro, okay. This team's about to have a major weakness to fighting types. Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
That's alright. We learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. I cannot believe that for like a solid 5 to 10 minutes I was just singing commercial jingles earlier. That feels like years ago. And yet here we are.
Me too.
Like I did the entire Education Connection bit. This is the third gym, Polter. Don't worry. Yeah, it is the third in DP, because Heart Home is the fifth one. I feel like sometimes they could have stood to deviate from the source material a little bit. I gotta tell you something, by the way, this is not related to anything I was just talking about, but like being able to hold the detached Joy-Cons and just have your hands wherever is such a blessing.
I know. I started doing that and I'm like, why haven't I done this earlier?
Like I can just stretch and still be playing the game, like, so good. Hydrate. You got it. Well, rabbit.
Hi, the way.
I played Pearl first. I got Pearl like right after it came out, and you know. Oh, you can move this shit. What the fuck? Probably shouldn't have done that, huh? Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, neat. What the fuck is all this? None of this makes sense.
Oh my god, what?
What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I see now, okay.
What the fuck?
Macaroni.
Macaboni.
Coulter, my arms are crossed right now, so I mean, it's not as ridiculous, but it's something. Yeah, you know, I think I like the punching bags better. Yeah, they're crossed. I mean, like, they go from, like, traditional cross to, like... I don't remember what the Platinum... the Diamond and Pearl one was, but I feel like this is new. I can't remember.
I know the platinum one is like the fighting bags.
Mm-hmm. The Platinum one is the other punching bags, and it's...
I think it was the same, but except they redid it. In platinum, I think.
See, my arms are actually more crossed, like it's like the fucking Wakanda Forever salute. Yeah, Van Zeeks is heat proof. Van Zeeks doesn't get hot and bothered. You're a big fan of I Can Push Through. I'm a big fan of Take's voice, actually.
Takes wake.
Yes, yes, the X-Not salute, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Raise your zongers. Well, I have to save that for when I'm...
Raise your dongers.
When Bronzer finally evolves, we're gonna get, some real zongers in the chat.
Exactly.
You rang, dude? I mean, Cyrus? You rang, Sir Cyrus, dude? Cyrus, sir? Sir Cyrus, sir? Dude? Sir?
Dude, sir.
8th hour, twice next level. Yeah, I'm something else.
And before a 12-hour stream.
No. Maybe not. Probably not. No. Ah, crunched. Crunched. Ah. Crunch. No!
Release the bogus.
Release the
crunch, dude. This gym is actually driving me insane. Dude, yeah, before I started using bronzer, like in the early days of Gen 4, bronzer used to piss me off because it was so irritating to fight. But
I
now,
know, right?
and now I'm just like, oh, this is great.
Bronzong is one of those Pokemon that you hate
Mm-hmm.
fighting against, but you love.
There's the double battle against Mars and Jupiter at the very end of Mount Coronet, where they start by sending out 2 bronzer, and like I wanted to shoot something. Why do we need to? I'll say it again. Why do we need to zoom in on their Funko Pop ass? Now we're gonna get that 3D model trying to pretend to be a 2D sprite.
He's adorable. Haley's
Here we go.
adorable.
That 3D model pretending to be a 2D sprite. It looks so stupid. Zoom in on my Funko Pop ass. Okay, you know what? That's pretty funny. Why did you have to lead with Meditite? Probably. The other option was like Onyx 4G or something. Flash. You never know. You never know.
Well, I guess it's time for me to stream.
Jules is streaming? Probably not by the time I end. How late am I streaming? I don't know. I'm just improvising. How did that not do what I needed it to do? Come on. Yeah, it is almost 4 AM, and you know what? That's fine.
He's fine. Don't worry.
Oh, jeez. Bulk up again, bitch. No, I was too hubris. Now we're going to suffer the consequences. It's alright, Bronzer. Bronzer, you did good. Actually, I kind of hope I lose this so that I can wake Bronzer up. You're gonna sloop? Oh, good night, Whales.
Night.
Excuse Nina. Why? That's why you switched. Oh, light screen was up. No wonder it wasn't. Oh. I appreciate you saying that. You'll figure it out. Six listening journals? Jesus Christ. Oh boy, Lucario. Gonna get my ass beat. Rabbit, be responsible. Come on now. All y'all should be responsible. I'm not gonna be the one to blame.
No. Who needs to be responsible?
Oh, I'm dead. I have a feeling I'm just gonna die. Oh. Oh, we're dead. Oh, I'm glad that I can help, honestly. Oh, she's gonna sweep me. All you're doing is reading something? If you say so. Why is my Scroopy named Britney Spears? Because she's toxic. Da-na-na-na-na. It's Britney.
It's Britain.
Britney. Britney.
It's written.
Britney.
It's the
Britney. I don't know.
Brittany.
We're broken. Oh, hey, Woo. Yeah, I'm glad you also think that watching me is better than playing Platinum. You lived? Oh, Jesus. It's gonna do some work. Damn it. No, I think I'm the one in a bind, Maylene. Oh man. Oh man. Oh well, rip you, Licky Licky. I did it with closed eyes. Dots means like, solid means pain.
Guys, did my whole team really just get charmed?
Man, I had a final today. Yesterday. And like it was the one I was most scared. It was like it's like the final for the class I was like terrified for, the one I always complain about. And like it went real well. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Nice.
I checked answers with like we talked about the answers with our group, and like I'm pretty sure we all agreed on what the answers were.
Nice. How many more finals you got?
None. I just have some papers due.
Sweet.
Well, I say some papers. I have a 25-page single-spaced paper due just by the end of the weekend.
Ross.
Yeah. If that sounds like a lot, it is.
25 pages talking about what?
My capstone project. I think we're 16 pages through. What not to do at a spotlight? I could do that. Listen, capstone is serious business. Capstone is like the final project that you do for your degree.
Oh.
So like you conduct
Okay.
a research experiment or do some, or you like develop something for like computer science. You might develop a program or something, you know.
Oh, I see.
Why did I do that? Oh no, wait, we're good. Clear. You're working on your capstone project as well? What's your capstone project about, Tiggs? I'm curious. God, there's so much running back and forth in this goddamn gym. I hate it.
Oh.
Evolution of BGM as a subculture outside video games.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
That sounds dope.
Can I read that when you're done?
Yeah, I wanna read that too. You're gonna make a game cover album? That's so dope. That's sick.
That's way better than what I'm doing.
What's your capstone?
My capstone is about computer forensics and automating some of the process.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Appreciate it, Tiggs. I would love to read it. Fair enough, Paper Star. My undergrad capstone was pretty fun. It was virtual reality game design as a way to increase critical thinking skills.
Oh.
Basically, VR puzzle games. I think it's cool. What the fuck is low sweep?
It's
It lowers your speed, I guess.
yeah. I heard it wrong.
Van Zeke's hanging on with 1 HP.
Nice.
There are so many moves that I've just not heard of.
Those things been around for a while.
Mm-hmm. Wow, everything this bitch does lowers my speed. That's incredible. How the fuck did it live?
Magic.
Mad.
It's mad.
Yeah, they've all been speed lowering. I'm doing my best, Boulder. This happened before, didn't it? When you wanted to go to bed, but I was too busy doing whatever. Oh, it was King Boo. You were trying to be. You were in my call and you wanted to go to bed, but I was stuck on King Boo. Yeah, I am talking about Luigi's Mansion. Bro, my speed can't go any fucking lower. Relax. I don't give a shit. If I can trick it into using Rock Tomb, I'll be fine. Not working out so far, though. Oh, we're good. Let's do this. Then I can finally end. Oh, it's going right for... Oh, shit. Damn it. I thought it might go for bulk up first.
Uh-oh.
But I should be fine because you know what? That's alright. I'm not sure what she has to counter, me. Oh, we've done it. Nina, you did it, you glorious bean.
Nice.
I know. Pretty good. Maylene, you did good. You beat me. You are much too strong. Yes. Am I gonna get 5 TMs for Drain Punch?
Drain Punch is not bad, honestly.
It's not, yeah. I don't think I have anything that could really benefit from it. Maybe Skorupi.
Maybe.
Yeah, that looks like 5 TMs for Drain Punch.
You will need something
For who?
Candace.
Oh, Candace. Oh, but I taught Licky Flamethrower.
Oh, okay.
Out of curiosity, who can learn? No one on my team can learn Drain Punch. Maybe when Skorupi evolves, it can learn Drain Punch.
Maybe. I just imagine when Licky's using like Flamethrower, they were eating something spicy. Like, oh, spicy.
Like King Boo in
Yes.
in fucking Sunshine.
Basically.
I'm so tempted to teach Van Zeke's fucking Rhydon. Maybe, yeah, Rhydon could use it, but that's risky. Actually, you know what? Rock type moves would be just as good as fighting types against Maylene. Am I gonna have to fight Barry? Oh no, I'm gonna have to rescue Lucas.
Because he sucked. And they stole his Pokemon. That's right.
Let me help Lucas and then we'll end off. Yeah, Rhyhorn got no hands. It's sad.
Got no thumbs either.
Yeah, it's a shame. Rhyhorn can't even open a door. I hit the wrong button again. The set items button was Y on the original game. Now it is, or was it select? I don't even remember. In black and white, I think it started being Y.
I think so. It's been a while.
Let's put fucking Van Zeeks back in front and see what happens. Why did Lucas explain the situation to me 2 times?
Because he could. You're legally obligated to help him
God, Team Galactic is such banger music.
out. They do. The kitty climbed on my lap again.
I cannot wait until next stream when I get to hear if they remixed how well they remixed Cyrus's theme. Lucas, you're not very good at this.
When was Lucas ever good at that, to be honest?
Hmm. No, I don't want extrasensory. I have psychic. You want to learn Stomp. It's probably better than Rap. Jesus, I forgot they buffed Leech Life that much.
Yeah, it was like 80 now. It's crazy how much they buffed it.
I know, I love it though. Also, the biting animation for Leech Life just does not work with Beautifly. That's really bad. Living that Leech Life. Oh, come on. Britney Spears wants Scary Fate now. Good night, Baconic. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You have a wonderful night. I'll be heading to bed soon myself. Just want to finish this and do my little end of stream spiel. Nina wants to learn self-destruct. No, I'm not interested in that, actually. They nerfed self-destruct to hell anyway. Mama poker face, mama poker face, mama. Ra 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 ra, rama rama ma, ga ooh la la, not your barrel man. You know what song I really liked by Gaga back in the day? Paparazzi. I love that song.
That was pretty good.
You can read my poker face. There was a legendary performance of it started off as Poker Face, but it became Paparazzi at the VMAs in 2010, I think. Fantastic performance. Wait, this is Diamond and Pearl, so there's no Looker, is there?
No, there's none, which makes me sad. Sad.
You're welcome, Lucas. Going to Pastoria City? Oh, that sounds like a plan. How do I get there? Pastoria City is all the fucking way over here, so like... South. Okay, just go south. Wow, that noise is irritating. That is annoying. Dude, the fact that it's now considered morning for this game. Ugh.
That's great. Oopsies. Oh yeah, I'm fighting the. Wait, did you watch Tim's Persona 5?
Did I? No, I was there, but I didn't really pay attention because I was keeping blind.
Okay, that's fair. Cause I am fighting the toilet demon that Tim really likes so much. So.
Hold on, before I forget, let me see if I can get that mystery gift code for 12 quick balls.
Oh.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. U 1 8 X J6 1B
Oh no.
83 KNA6. Here's what you got. Quick balls 12. Yay! Alright, and with that... No, that... Yes, all the time. How have I only been playing for 7 hours and 46 minutes? What did not count as game time? Yep. Exactly. What was that raid message y'all wanted? Zoom in on my Funko Pop ass. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes.
That is quite the sentence. I'm sure whoever we raid, if anyone is awake, will greatly appreciate it. Yeah, no, thank you guys for sticking around. Appreciate all of you. You know that. Twitch. Oh, we got people. Look, yeah, we got, Jules is still alive. Okay, great. So we'll raid. I haven't raided Jules in forever and a half.
Oh.
I love Tiggs. Oh, no ad because I'm subbed. Perfect, perfect. Okay. So let me do my quick little thing here. All right. First of all, if you are not following me on Twitter, good for you. But if you want to, there you go. If you are not in the Discord, you can be if you would like to be. I want to start getting some community events in order, and maybe some karaoke night, something like that, movie night, things going on. That'll be fun. And lastly, and most importantly, if you are not following the members of the Smile Time Charity Twitch team, you can do that by clicking on this link. All of these great streamers will be participating in the Smile Time Charity event benefiting Prevent Cancer, going from December 17th to December 19th, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. every single day. We've got a bunch of great streamers here, and it's just a fantastic event, and I hope you'll join us for that. And with that, we are going to be raiding with zoom in on my Funko Pop ass. Yeah, I typed it out. And we're going to be raiding Jules, so next stream probably Sunday maybe. I'll be doing Bayonetta, probably finishing it.
Nice. Oh,
so if you want to see me finish Bayonetta, that's great. It'll happen, and then probably more of this, and then the charity. There's lots happening. There's a lot.
Many things are going to happen.
Yeah. Next stream is actually Saturday night because we'll be doing the Ace Attorney case rankings, character rankings, and maybe song rankings.
And I still have to go through DGS 1.5.
Yeah.
Because I keep forgetting.
It can't be that hard, Rosie.
I just keep forgetting to do it.
No, I know.
Put in the background something.
I feel that. Oh, Jules has follower, subscriber only chat. It's follower only mode. I can tell.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I'm already a follower. So
yeah. Okay. So that being said, everybody have a wonderful night, and I will catch you later. Rosie, thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, no worries.
Mayo, thank you for the raid. Plasma, thank you for the raid. Purple Link, thank you for the raid. Farron, Alan, Funk. Oh my God, 6?
Yeah, we were so close.
Oh my God. Anyway, yeah. Good night, everyone. Take care. I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Alright, we're offline. We're offline.
Okay. Oh my God, 21 people. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Dude, unmute the damn stream.
He's like, zoom in on my Funko Pop ass.
Couldn't agree more.
It was very good.
Oh, Jules.
So here's kind of what it's gonna look like. We hit this with the speed of fucking 10 million Sonics. Hey, what up, Tiggs? We go straight for this door. Through the door. We don't want to.
All right, Rosie, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm so tired.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh my
go,
God.
Go,
Thank
go
you
to
very
bed.
much.
Good night.
We hit this door, through the door, spin Mario around with that speed, jump up the steps, and clip through the Bowser 1 door, which is an 8-star door, and we get through it with only 0 stars. With only the low price of free. I work as a janitor bathroom, and the last 2 nights marked my first irreparable clogged toilet. My life feels like an irreparable clogged toilet until Mario can get through this fucking door. I think it's got to be on this fucking on this corner, on the corner that I'm on. How's the stream? It's going good. It's going great, dude. I hope you had a great stream, Twy. It's good to see you. This toilet needs an old priest and a young priest. The power of shit compels you. Ah! Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, almost. Fucking almost. Pokemon Shiny Pearl is really fun. Fuck, I haven't played Diamond or Pearl, so I gotta hit that. The music is phenomenal. Every fucking time I'm out of it. Okay. It's not the angle I want. Yeah, top tier OSC. Wasn't the music just MIDI? Yeah. Hello from France! First time I'm able to catch a stream. I know. I've been working on this trick so long that it's fucking 1:15 a.m. for me.